much you run just now? Three?
Three. Three. I count it. Don't know how they had Bailey on standby to even begin with. Bailey out in the squad. I don't know. Things happen in these days. Ignore the trials. Purely based on performance, especially at this level last year. Maybe forced, I see, in my view.
What we're going to do is to just not discuss those.
Stand by.
Judge ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. When y'all ready?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Yes, so we are about to witness the beginning of over number 2, Bernard Bailey, back in the setup for the Demerara County team. And he'll be bowling to the right-handed Kevin Sinclair, who played a beautiful cover drive to get on mark. Let me remind you that this is round number 2 in the Guyana Cricket Board Senior Inter-County Super 50 Tournament 2024. Demerara already with a victory, and so too SE Quibo. So this round is going to be of vital importance for those teams that have suffered losses in the first round, and that's Berbice and the Guyana Cricket Board Select 11. So here is Bernard Bailey to begin over number 2. Good delivery, tantalizing, just short, a little lifter, not too much, outside the line of the off stump. Well, with me in the analyst here, my colleague. Good morning to you, Dexter George. How are you doing?
Hey, good morning to all our viewers. I'm doing fine. I know we're blessed with lovely weather here for cricket. And Demerara, after the perfect start, already picking up the first wicket in the first over.
Well, this one is in the air. That's going to be a soft dismissal. The catch taken, and Kevin Sinclair has to go. Why on earth you want to play such a shot? You're looking for glory. You have just come out in the middle. You haven't got your eyes in. You do not know the kind of bounce you're going to get from the pitch. True caution to the wind, and he's a goner. This is a bad start for Berbice, losing 2 wickets, and we're just in over number 2.
Yes, they're certainly in early trouble here. I think he could have let that one go. But, it's kind of the way the cricket is being played now. They want to be aggressive. But on that occasion, not being able to execute and in the process losing his wicket. Not the star Berbice would have hoped for.
Yes, and, the expectation is that you have these senior West Indian players. He's a test match cricketer for the West Indies, Kevin Sinclair. Just come out in the middle. You have suffered the loss of Ram North. And, that's not the kind of shot you expect from the vice-captain of your team. Berbice winning the toss and batting here definitely will have their work cut out. Only over number 2. They'll have to now rebuild this innings, Dexter.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty interesting. I think the guy walking out to the middle now has a lot to do with this Berbice batting lineup if they're to progress to a competitive total. That is Kevlon Anderson. We all know how talented he is. He needs to ensure that he play a really good knock here for his side. Already losing 2 wickets, so he's going to have a lot to shoulder.
Yes, and Dexter, over the years we've been talking so much about talent. I think the time has come now for these talents that were identified 2-3 years ago to just begin to show, turn that talent into runs out in the middle. Kevlon Anderson of recently, the few cricket matches he has played in Guyana, haven't shown that he has made that great turnaround that we are looking for as far as runs are concerned. So we maintain 2 slips out in the middle, 3rd man out on the boundary. There's also backward point. There's extra cover mid-off. There is a mid-on, forward square, and a D backward square. This one pitched up, just slowing up a little. So it shows some thinking here by Bernard Bailey.
Yeah, that's well bowled. I think, immediately he went to some good line to Anderson. Forced up the very first ball he bowled to Kevin Sinclair, short ball. So you can clearly see that they have the plan and they work with
Now that's a good looking shot onto the back foot and just opening the face allows the ball to come onto the bat and gets it down towards cover and picking up a single. So he looks good in the first run he has scored, Kevlon Anderson. He's a touch player, a joy to watch, when he's in a rhythm. I think this opportunity here that is presented to him to rebuild the innings can work in his favor. You want to play smart cricket at this stage.
Absolutely. You mentioned a few players who've been identified to go on to greater things for Guyana and for the West Indies. And like you said, he's presented with a really good opportunity. So too is Junior Sinclair. Sinclair opening batting for the second time in this tournament. A bit of a surprise, but he's given an opportunity. Let's hope he can make the most of it.
Yeah, you were in Essequibo there for that match between Essequibo and Berbice. I have seen some headline, a shock defeat. I don't think it was a shocker. I think Essequibo has improved tremendously over the last couple of years, maybe the 2-3 years ago. You'd have seen those signs coming through.
Absolutely. So wide on that occasion. So you spoke about Essequibo cricket, and over the years, we've seen a lot more players from that county being exposed to quality cricket in the city. Some of them have even gotten cricket board contracts, which is good, and they're starting to mature nicely. They would have been playing together as a unit for quite some time, and you see, in the past where you probably see one or two Essequibo players in the national setup. In recent time, we've seen a lot more than that.
Yes, I agree with you, and much more cricket is being played in Essequibo as well. So it augurs well. Berbice will have to wheel and come again. Not a good start this morning. The return is fired in, but the communication between these two, Sinclair and Kevlon Anderson, was impeccable then. Played it with soft hands, down towards short straight mid-on and collect the single. 2 overs gone, and at the end of 2, the score is 9 for the loss of 2.
Both teams making changes from their first round game, and all of a sudden, Berbice, they're in early trouble here. But if you look at their lineup, with the inclusion of those players, the Isaiah Thorne, the Kevlon Anderson, the Jonathan Fu, it all of a sudden looks a formidable unit, and they'll be looking to those guys, Kevlon out in the middle, and certainly Fu, to shoulder responsibility with the bat for Berbice.
Yes, I do agree with you. So Berbice, Junior Sinclair, Rampatab Ramnath, Tamani Caesar, the keeper, Kevlon Anderson, Kevin Sinclair, Jonathan Fu, Zainul Ramsamy, Nigel Deodat, Virasamy Pramal, Clinton Pestano. Good to see him back in inter-county cricket. And Isaiah Thurn. That's 11 for Berbice. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed just mops the brow, and he's operating from the northern end of the ground. Begins over number 3.
Ali Mohammed picking up wicket in his fourth over. Certainly would have boosted his confidence. And he's another one of those young players who would have been given opportunity at the national level. I must say he did very well at the first class level early this year.
Yes, and it's good to see him. He's just blossoming into a nice little all-rounder. Has reasonable pace, is not afraid to use the short ball, and he's been doing well. Nicely flicked off the front leg, out towards long leg on the boundary there. Good piece of fielding too. The return comes in, and they just get a single there. The timing there was excellent.
Yeah, just straying a bit on the pad there was Ali Mohammed. But despite having 2 wickets, you want to continue to put the squeeze on the Essequibo batters. You don't want to be giving them free ball, to hit away to the boundary and build the confidence. You want to make them work hard for every run.
Yes, I know you love Essequibo. It's actually Berbice you meant. I hope you win the lottery and you share it with the commentary panel as well. So lovely day for cricket here at Bourda. We are accustomed to say Bourda Green. It has definitely gotten its place in cricketing history. Turned away again, just straying down the leg side, a little too much into the pads of the right-hander, and they pick up another run. So 1 more to the score. Let me give you that Demerara team. Tevin Imlak, Tejnarain Chandapal, Shamar Yearwood, Akshaya Prasad, Raymond Perez, Richie Loknath, Ashmi Ned, Devon Lord, Matthew Nandu, good to see him, and Bernard Bailey in the team for today. Bernard Bailey and Matthew Nandu, both of them given an opportunity.
Yeah, making 2 changes is the Demerara side. It's really good to see Matthew Nandu in action. He's a young man that would have made great strides with his cricketing career, and we're all eager to see him progress even further.
Yes, that's nothing wrong with that. I think it's a good delivery. Short, lifting, just maybe outside the line of the off stump, and well judged by Junior Sinclair, gloves of the keeper. This pitch looks very, very hard. It's grey in color, that light grey, which suggests there isn't really any moisture whatsoever inside of it. And so far, I think that the bounce is very, very true. Yeah, and Dexter, when you look at pitches like these, it looks like concrete. It tells you, it's going to be a very good batting wicket.
Absolutely. It generally is a really good batting surface here at Bourda ground. As you have a look at it there, even with just the third over in action, there's not a lot of moisture being brought up from the wicket. So it tends that there's a lot of runs on offer. Batters just need to apply themselves.
Yes, and we have seen a little bit of dust already too. So maybe, who knows, might very well crumble a little, not too much. That's a good delivery. Now, this is very good bowling by Ronaldo Ali Mohammed. He's not trying to experiment a whole deal. He knows his competitor, Sinclair. He's right on target, not afraid to test him with the quicker delivery that is short. This one, he took some pace off it, allows the pitch to do its thing. But Sinclair was equal to the task. That's a little dust on the pitch we're talking about, maybe coming off the peg marks. Now that's a brilliant shot. Standing tall, and he's a tall boy. And it's slowing up considerably. Will not get to the boundary. They'll come back and complete too.
Yeah, nicely placed shot there. Most importantly, he got it in the gap, picking up 2 runs. So he's off to a good start. Opening the batting is something that he's been elevated to, and he definitely want to make a good impression. We know how talented he is. It's just to turn the talent, like we've all been saying, into production.
Yes, so 3 overs completed. The score is 14 for the loss of 2 wickets. So just trying to battle themselves back into this game. Not all loss whatsoever for Berbice. Very strong team. And you study the history of Berbice cricket, they always give an excellent representation of themselves. What a joy to be back at Bourda. When you walk onto this ground, you walk in history here, man. In a good sense. Don't you, Dexter?
Absolutely. And when you're blessed with conditions that is present here today, it just tells you just how happy and excited the players should be to be out there. That's a wide from Bailey. Bailey started reasonably well. We've already gotten a wicket of Kevin Sinclair. So Berbice just need to keep things simple and keep ticking the scoreboard. Don't want to try nothing too fancy, and you give the Demerara side for the inroads.
Yes, I agree with you. You do not want to lose a wicket. You have a good batting surface. Get your eyes in. I understand that the power play, the first 10 overs, your eyes will lit up. But you play situations. That's a little bit closer. And just tantalizingly outside the line of the off stump, it goes by into the gloves of the keeper. Kevlon Anderson had a good look at that one. And then deciding, I'm not going to play at it. Just want to get myself played in. The kind of game, the one-day game, the 50-over version, gives preferential treatment, in my humble opinion, to the first 3 or 4 batters. They're the ones that will get themselves in. You go down deep in the middle, they have to find ways and means of keep the scoreboard ticking. That's tight on line and length again. Good delivery by Bernard Bailey. Anderson walked into it, taps it away into the offside, exploring the possibility of a single. Not on. Tight bowling here.
Yeah, it's good bowling from Bailey, Anderson would not be too bothered about that. He know that his runs on offer. Obviously, they're just into the fourth over. So he just needs to get himself set and get a big one for his team here. You know, they do bat deep this Berbice side. And they do have a formidable bowling lineup. So you put runs on the board and, you know, anything can happen.
Yes, umpire Josiah deciding that's not a wide, allows it to go by. Was very close there, but the umpire is in the right position. Demerara defeated Guyana Cricket Board 11 by 105 runs. Tage, 103 not out, batted through the innings after getting among the runs again. Akshaya Prasad, a blazing 79 off 52. 5 fours, I understand, and how many? 6 sixes, according to the news that we listened to. Outside the line of the off stumper, wide, and Bailey will have to wheel and come again. Demerara 258 for 9. Guyana Cricket Board 11 replied with 153. Good to see. Batting late in the middle, down the other, Kwesi Mickle, scoring a fine 51. Devon Lord picking up 3 for 21, and Richie Loknath 2 for 19. Sankar, the leg spinner, 2 for 41. That was the last game played here. You'll tell us about that Essequibo encounter that you witnessed there, Dexter. We can discuss that during the course of this over. What was the turn-up of spectators like at Pomona in Essequibo?
It was a very large turnout of spectators. I haven't seen in hardball cricket that amount of people turning out at any level. So for me, that was fascinating.
Wow. Can you put a number to it? Something close? You're good at estimating?
Easily in excess of 300, in my view. So, you know.
Well,
I think, you know, they came out and they witnessed some good cricket. And obviously, the side would have won that game. So they're very happy about that.
yeah, taking at a pad, louch out for leg before here. They're pleading. Not out, says umpire Josiah. Might in the mind of the umpire going down the leg side. We shall watch it on the replay. Dexter, what have you made of this one?
Height, not out.
Yes, hit around the groin area there. He was on the back foot, but the ball was making height. And I think that is what, demanded the umpire decide to say it's not out, but was a good delivery. Anderson has to be very careful here. Well, our cameraman, Andrew Singh, who went to Pomona, he was operating the camera. He looked at everybody in the crowd. He's saying it was just about 500-600 people up there. So, it was a good turnout by all means, though. Happy for the people in Essequibo, having inter-county for years. Down the track, and he's driving, he's edging, and he's caught behind. Well, Anderson. You looked at Kevin Sinclair, virtually giving his wicket away, and you've gone and do the exact thing down the track, wide outside the line of the off stump. He was teased there, he was tantalized there, and he fell there.
Lazy shot the ball before we got out, and on this occasion, being too aggressive. Should have easily left that ball. It was wide. Bailey would accept that wicket. You know, they do not want to underestimate this Demerara side without a few senior players, but they're a talented bunch. They're obviously defending champions. So now that Berbice has been tasked with rebuilding their innings there. You know, the experienced Jonathan Fu is walking out to the middle, so he certainly has a lot on his shoulder. But I tell you what, if he gets going and can build the innings and build a platform, we're in for a treat here today.
Yes, and I don't think that this is the situation that Jonathan Fu relishes. He bats, maybe love to see some runs, on the board there, but he's experienced. He's a national player, Jonathan Fu. Served this country, his county well, his club well too. So he's very experienced. It is left to be seen now what sort of innings he's going to play. Ramnath, Kevin Sinclair, Anderson, they're all back in the pavilion. And this is only over number 5 we are watching at the moment. And you will feel that's a huge opportunity here for Demerara to restrict Berbice. Now tell us about that cricket at Pomona. Berbice losing that game. The two Adams in tandem, both with the ball and the bat, man, they give a great account of themselves.
Berbice, in that encounter, I thought they bowled well for the most part in defending just 204 runs on the board. The captain, Anthony Adams, for Esquibo, he batted really well. He showed us some responsibility. He even stepped up the order. He was slated somewhere around 7-8, and he batted 6 in that game. And obviously, the pugnacious Ricardo Adams, he simply did what he's been doing at this level for quite some time. I spoke to him after the game, and he said his objective for this tournament is to be the top all-rounder because he want to be selected in the national squad. So that's a really good start for him, picking up the man of the match performance in that game.
Yes, and that's a lovely looking shot there by Sinclair, moving across the line of the delivery and played it beautifully over the top of forward square, and he will get the... Is it a maximum? Actually, it's 4 runs. But that will bring some relief to the tall right-hander who opened the batting. Great timing there, was in the air. No problem whatsoever. You're going to choose a place to hit it. Choose where the men are not on the boundary. Fine shot.
Absolutely. And this is the way Junior Sinclair bats, He scores and deals mainly in boundary. As much as you want to look to score, you need to be cautious of the situation and play the situation. You're already 3 wickets down, and you don't want to go recklessly and losing your wicket in the process. But that was a fine shot.
That's a short lifting delivery. Oohs and ahs. And umpire is going to signal a wide there. So, 1 more to the score. I understand the intention there of Ali Mohammed was trying to get it as close as possible to the batter's body. And in that, just straight down the leg side, shoulders, arms, and went through to the keeper. Despite a wide, I like the thinking behind of it.
Yeah, the bowlers have been steady. And, it's going to be interesting to see just how Devil Imlach marshal his troops, make his bowling change, his field placement. Because from the looks of it, he'll definitely captain Guyana at this year's regional tournament.
Well, that is left to be seen. Another short lifting delivery. Now, if the first one was called a wide, the question is, why wasn't this called a wide? Maybe just touching something. He's short whatsoever. Had to be something like that. Short, and this is slice over the top of backward point and away to the boundary for 4. That's a good looking shot by the right-hander.
Absolutely. I tell you what, this is really good cricket by Sinclair, putting some pressure back onto the Demerara bowlers, hitting the ball over the infield. There's no one out there. So once you get it there, you're going to get 4 every time.
Yes, has to be a little bit careful here how you use the short delivery. You do not want to overdo it. If you're getting the short delivery, you expect it to be as close as possible to the batsman body. This one, give him some room and leverage, and he's not going to miss out on those, Junior Sinclair. Good looking shot over the top of a cover. Edging at this one, it's going to go past the first slipper and will come down towards the boundary region, and that's 4 runs. Wasn't convincing, but had enough edge on it all along the ground, down to the boundary for 4.
Unfortunate for Ali Mohammed, but Junior Sinclair will take that. We did said that this is the man in which he bat. He tries to be aggressive, and he's going to look to score. And I think this is really good cricket. He's not allowing the Demerara bowlers to just bowl at him and bowl a large number of dot balls. He's looking to score when the opportunity presents itself, and I think that's what you need to do.
And this time very stylishly, 1 score, but that feeling of getting, the ball right in the middle of the bat. 5 overs gone. At the end of 5, 29 for the loss of 3. So, a good little partnership just beginning to be built between these two. Jonathan Fu has just come out into the middle. You would have watched the departure of Rampatab Ramnath. He's gone without scoring. 4 for 1 in the first over. Kevin Sinclair gone for 3, 7 for 2. And then Anderson caught to the wicket of Bailey for 2, 16 for the loss of 3. Yes, and that's not a good mood there in the Berbice camp. Hands folded. Some people on the phone making contact. They know their team is in some sort of trouble. Those are not good signs. Just have to pick and lift themselves up. Now we've seen a hand on the jaw. 29 for 3. Over on number 6, whipped off the front pads by Jonathan Fu out towards the forward square boundary. Now this is not going to get there. It's going to slow up a little. The return will come in and they'll stay for 2 good looking runs. Well, I look across to my left, I almost say, hello, what a great company, Jackie Chan. Where's my good friend Naeem Chan? Good morning to you, Naeem.
Well, there's several other Chans, as you remember, Amitabh Bachchan, some of the great Chans across the world. Good morning, people. Nice Inderjeet, nice weather conditions.
Oh, lovely weather condition. Nice stream of radiation coming down from the sun. Wind drifting across the ground. Bourda looking real good out in the middle. Always a joy, Naeem, coming to Bourda.
Always. Mecca of cricket in the West Indies.
And he's it's coming off the outer portion of the bat, edges down towards fine third man of the bat of Jonathan Fu. Broad smile across the face of Bailey. Look at this, Naeem. That was an excellent delivery, and Fu was beaten all ends up. It wasn't a lot of pace. Maybe that is what saved it from going to hand in the slip cordon.
And I'm wondering whether at least Jonathan Fu and Sinclair, they're both making a deliberate effort to occupy the crease. That's a good sign after ridiculous performances from some of the earlier batsmen.
And this is what they need. Somebody, wow. Well, he was moving across the line there, Naeem, and the bowler saw him coming and just maybe aiming for that leg stump which was exposed and straying.
We had seen a few of those from Ali Mohammed, 2 in 1 over initially, and a couple here or there from Bailey. So, and they're pretty fresh in the Jeet, so I'm surprised that they're not concentrating more. In limited overs cricket, you want to restrict this as much as possible, as well as not bowling no balls. We have not seen any no balls, so that's a credit to them.
A short, this is in the air, didn't get it the way he wanted it. Over the top of extra cover, they've gone for 1 and will come back and complete 2. Maybe just coming off a little slower.
But I've seen him struggle a bit on the offside. He's not getting the timing right, and it's something that perhaps he'd have to work on in this particular innings.
Yes, today at the Luzignan ground on the east coast of Demerara, Essequibo, they are playing the Guyana Cricket Board Select 11. That's going to be interesting. And knowing the East Coast, a lot of people will be going out there to view that encounter as well. Essequibo is on a high, winning their opening encounter against Berbice.
Nice approach here, Jeet. It's good to know, and I mentioned this just a few deliveries ago, that the batsmen are making a deliberate effort to keep their wickets intact. This is 50 overs. They've got a long road ahead of them. Jonathan Fu has that ability, stemming, of course, from his experience. And so both of them, Junior Sinclair is very active in cricket at the national level. And so they both have the capacity to make the adjustment and occupy. The runs will come. It's a long journey. Kind of impatient there, but got it along the ground down towards Chandapal down at mid-off. But a bit of impatience. He knows that you have to keep the scoreboard ticking. Just an over-exuberance of energy in that particular shot, but was nowhere to the pitch of the ball.
Totally agree with you. So, our apologies. As you see on your screen, we're experiencing technical difficulties with the scorecard. And trust us, our technicians are working feverishly to ensure that this is solved. And it's going to be solved not long from now. 7 overs completed. 6 overs completed? Yes, so I beg your pardon. 6 gone, and the score is 35 for the loss of 3. What a beautiful sight. That fluttering of the flag there will tell you the power of the wind coming across the ground.
A bit of pathetic sight, nevertheless, with the quality of the cloth there on the flag. But that must have been mounted a long time ago. So it's just torn a little bit. But there is a nice wind. In contrast to the past few days in Guyana, Jeet, where we've been recording record high heat waves in the country. So even the meteorological office was offering to us on Sunday to exhort people out there, if you're engaged in outdoor activities, to rehydrate as much as possible. So if the school teachers, for example, are watching us and hearing, it might be a call that you should pay heed to with the students in school.
Yes, and it's very, very important that we rehydrate ourselves and not necessarily overdoing it.
With water, by the way.
Yes.
Rehydrate with water.
And maybe other fluids as well, Naim. Yeah, that's very, very important. That's a place of worship here, just off the Shiv Chandrapal Drive. You know, my dear friend from Trophy Stall, Ramesh Sunich, normally goes there, he and his family, to worship. And I know some of the trophies that will coming on board will definitely be coming from Trophy Stall. So, it's going to be Ashmead Ned. He's a bright prospect, talented player, West Indies Academy player, left-handed bowler, and he has improved by leaps and bounds coming off a relatively successful CPL. The matches that he had, I thought that he did pretty well. But here he's bowling to Jonathan Fu, starting over number 7.
I'm not certain whether that came off the bat. He's backing us. But the body language of the players suggests that it came off, or they were appealing for an LBW decision. We'll have a look at the replay.
Yes, that's like working in the appeal court and begging the judge for a decision. We shall surely see that on the replay. Wow, that was close. I think there was no bat onto that whatsoever. Brilliant delivery by Ashmead Ned here. Jonathan Fu was completely bamboozled.
He gets this correctly. This bat and pad close together into the onside this time. But it will be intriguing to see how long Jonathan Fu can hold out with Sinclair and build an innings. That's the important and should be the focus right now.
I agree with you. Rebuilding your innings after earlier on collapsing is what the strategy should be. At the same time, you don't want to be too ultra defensive. Sometimes it can work against you. You look for those scoring opportunities. And if Fu is going to be riveted inside of that crease, Ashmead Ned is going to work his way into him. It's like a worm working its way into the soil. You expect him to, get close to the pitch of the delivery. He's a tall guy. And once again, not picking the line of the delivery in there, Naeem. Wrapped on the pad, but this time going down the leg side.
But he's been in here for a while, and as you mentioned, he's got to keep the scoreboard ticking. He's only on 3. Sinclair is 16. 18, correction. And the nice thing about the 50-over version, Jeet, it allows you the opportunity. There's enough wriggling room, so to speak, where it allows you the opportunity to actually rebuild your innings, squeezing 1s and 2s into the gaps, converting 2s into 3s.
Yes, that's a maiden over delivered there by Ashmead Ned. Brilliant first over. 7 overs gone. It's 35 for the loss of 3. And yes, Naeem, you're spot on. This is what you expect. You might lose a couple of wickets earlier on, but it offers you the opportunity. 50 overs is quite a heck of an innings there out in the middle. To rebuild the innings, rebuild your think differently, come to plan B. And things can happen for you. You don't want recklessness to get the better of you. I'm looking there at some solemn faces.
Solemn. I was wondering if anyone had passed out from the administration, but they're all alive. Let me guarantee you that. Good morning, Mr. President of the Guyana Cricket Board, and of course, all the working staff. Nice pitch, Jeet. I heard you mention about it. It seems rock hard, and I'm not seeing anything keeping virtually low. It has been quite even.
Yes, I think the pitch has played well so far. The bowlers, they have bowled an excellent line and length, very stingy, some good deliveries too. But I think that you come to senior inter-county cricket, the expectation, some of these fellas have been playing cricket for quite a long time. It's like when the top players are here, you expect these to seize the opportunity. So there are question marks there. How ready are they for this level of competition?
Broadsided on the offside. Normally you're broadside on the onside. But that was so short, Jeet. There is absolutely no one on the extra cover, sweeper position on the boundary. So it was there for the asking.
Yes, and you look at that, lots of power, and he got it well. That was a bad delivery, innocuous delivery, bowled by Bernard Bailey, and Junior Sinclair went after him. We're still within the first 10 overs power play. Good-looking shot, broadsided. That's a word that we're accustomed to in the country areas, Naim. Have you ever gotten broadside from your parents?
No, I broadsided a few people on the
While teaching?
long journey. Yeah. On the long journey to where I am today. Now, Junior Sinclair did well with that delivery. I think he was deceived in the air for a while. He delayed the shot, actually, and got it quite nicely into the onside. Picked up 2.
Yes, good-looking shot. It was a slower delivery too by Bernard Bailey. So he waited nicely and picked the gap. And he's looking in good touch here. Junior Sinclair has all the time in the world to turn this into a half century and then think 3 figures. You have the entire, 50 overs to do that. Well, there is how many? 43, including this one to go. And he's hoisting this one over wide long on and out towards the boundary for 4. Deliberate shot, pitched up into the pads there by Bernard Bailey. And he's not going to miss out on those.
Very calculated shot. There's a long on, but that went to the right of the fielder down at the long on boundary. And so, again, I'm getting to appreciate the effort and the concentration displayed by the 2 players. He's raced to 28. But definitely his shot selection has improved tremendously as the innings mellowed with the passage of time.
Yes, and what has happened is that the slip has been taken out, but there's still a third man. There's an offside field there. Just straying into the body of the batsman and paying the penalty. Bowl outside the line of the off stump, like he's doing, but this time he's corked. That's a big shot that's gone away. 1 bounce over the top of wide long off, almost over extra cover. Perfect looking cricket shot for a boundary.
I think that was well directed because Tejan Chandapal is long at long off, but he struck it to the almost to the left of Chandapal, couldn't get there, and a good calculated shot. I think he's powering, surging forward. He's suddenly changed gears a little bit, has become just a bit aggressive, and all the shots with that aggression, all the shots have been well calculated, well timed.
Yes, and he comes from a family that has cricketing blood in that, the DNA inside of that blood. The Sinclair, Junior, Jason, Kevin.
There you go. He just picked up that line, could have gone for a swish outside the off stump, didn't do that, just watched it go by. I just struck a few boundaries. Where's the need to do that?
Yes, and this is the concentration level we've been talking about. And he did not only left it alone. When he finished, he walked away, no doubt, talking to himself. Junior, you've gotten a good start, boy. Make use of it. Have you talked to yourself on some occasion, Naeem?
Sometimes, especially in the morning hours. That's when I calculate my account number and what's inside. But the conversation doesn't go for very long because the account is...
The bank account is not too large.
The account is so small that there's no need for more than 15 seconds of counting.
8 overs gone. It's 49 for the loss of 3.
Really nice day. Look at the screen. You're seeing the brilliance of the sunshine. For those people who are outside of Guyana, this is what the weather conditions have been like for the past maybe 1 month, I think, Jeet. Very hot sunshine and steamy hot.
Yes, certainly too. Serving the farmers well. They're getting to reap their paddy, reap their soya beans as well. That's good. And, just looking at our screen there, there's some intensity of concentration. This is what this game of cricket brings about. It's been real hot in Guyana. Some days you just want to stay inside. Don't get out.
Arshmead Ned struck on the pad. And I guess that was going down the line. It was pitched outside the line of the leg stump.
It was going down the leg side there, Naeem. And Jonathan Fu has to be careful here. Whether he's a tall boy, you expect him to stretch long forward and kill whatever spin. He's not reading the line of the delivery. Much better this time. He gets closer to the line. That's the reason why he got bat onto it. This is calling for a lot of concentration. But Fu is very experienced.
Good cricket, in other words. Arshmead Ned reminds me a little bit of Akil Hussain. He seems to be a thinking bowler. Notice Akil Hussain also, they're not highly venomous spinners. There's a lot of guile in their bowling, and I think Arshmead is looking pretty well. Thinking, faster ball. There you go. Good over, good methodology employed here by young Arshmead Ned. And I get the distinct impression he's a good thinker.
Yes, the youngster is good. There's no doubt about it. Abundance of talent for the left-arm bowler. And he's been doing well. He has to be patient, though. Spinners must be patient here. He's getting the better of the exchanges from Fu. And look at that delivery this time, Naeem. Just pulling back the length of it, asking Jonathan Fu to stretch a little bit forward. So we can now look forward to see if he's going to get the arm ball going, one that's pitched up a little bit further, just outside the line of the off stump, into the block hole. That can cause some confusion.
And it's good to see that Jonathan Fu is showing respect. If the bowling is good, you have to. And paramount in your mind is not to lose more wickets. The score can be accelerated as time goes by. End of 9, 49 for 3.
Yes, and that's 2 consecutive maidens. And if we can borrow words from the great Henry Blofeld, Naeem, you want to complete it?
I can't. I wasn't around on that day. I can't recall what he said.
Yeah, the gentleman said there are more maidens in the books than maidens in the stands. What a wonderful gentleman he is.
Fantastic. I had the distinct pleasure of not working on the same panel with him, but 1993, the one-day game I did on radio against, I think that was Pakistan and the West Indies, right
Correct.
here at Bourda. And he was on television. May I say, he was actually a hero for me in commentaries along with Tony Kosher. So it was a delight, although we were not in the same box, just to be around the guy.
Yes, and what we are seeing there is a picture of the botanical gardens and the zoo area in Guyana, just across Vicenjan Road there. Beautiful. Great news. We are going to have a brand new zoo as well.
You took the words out of my mouth. I have waited for as long, I don't want to divulge my age, but for a very long time to have a proper zoo. I'm so delighted to have read that just a couple of days ago.
Yes, it's a pride of our country, and there are more in store as well, a public-private partnership. According to Vice President Dr. Bharat Jagdev, they're open to have a drive-through zoo. And Guyana is not short of trees. We're not short of animals. We are blessed with flora and fauna galore. So I think, the timing is good. And, better days are definitely ahead.
I wish to have cable cars too, and an extension of the zoo, and just have a super... I've gone to a few outside. The Bronx Zoo comes to mind. Practically spend the whole day and don't cover the entire zoo. So are we going to have a change here, Jeet? Switch around.
Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, right.
So he's operating now from the southern end.
Yeah, over number 10 starts here. And that's a short lifting delivery way over the head of the right-handed Sinclair and signal wide by umpire Josiah. Well, sometimes you don't mind. Just wake up the batter, just that it ballooned over the head. And that bounce will tell you the hardness of this Bourda pitch.
I think he put it on test, and there's another thing that might be going through Ali Mohammed's head. There's a man on the third man boundary, and he was hoping that Sinclair will go for the big swipe.
Yeah, just cutting down on the pace a little. Good length bowling here, directed at somewhere around the right chest area of the batter. Stood tall on the back foot and played copybook fashion. So we're watching a good young talent out in the middle. He's getting a start. You know, we want to see him go on. Demerara is looking to see the back of him.
What I'm also seeing, 2 deliveries short, how easy it is to bat Jeet. I mean, Sinclair could have batted that particular ball maybe 2 or 3 times before it actually arrived. He could have seen that there wouldn't be a lot of movement. It's very, very simple to bat on this track.
Yes, I agree with you. Heard the story of Rohan Babulal Kanai, the great West Indian batting maestro. Wow, this one lifted on him viciously. Played it well, though. Right on target. This is good bowling by Ali Mohammed. Heard the story from Clyde Butts. May his soul rest in peace, Clydey. He said when Rohan came to this ground, he walked onto the pitch, tapped it with his fingers and asked a question. How can people get out on this wicket?
Bourda has been so renowned for batting. This is a swipe down the leg side, top edge, but it's going to be safe. There's a short backward square, and there's a man down on the square leg boundary. It went between the two of them, high in the air and away from the hands. I don't think he was in absolute control. It lifted more than he anticipated, but he was already into the shot. He was committed, and so but it took the top edge, and that's what saved him.
Yeah, not in control whatsoever. Has to be careful. Jonathan Fu comes on strike, and John Ramsing will be our next commentator. He will come a-calling after this 10th over. Wow, he's edging and taken behind by the keeper. Well, that was on the card. Jonathan Fu was struggling out in the middle. A vicious lifting delivery right around his nose, lips area. Couldn't get the bat out of the way. High on the bat, and the catch well taken by Tevin Imblak. 4 wickets gone. 51 for 4. Is that the end of the 10th over, Andrew? No, there's still one more deliver to go. They didn't want to lose that wicket whatsoever.
That's a fatal blow, I think, to Berbice. The Demerarians, I think, got the impression that this innings is rebuilding and rebuilding well. So I think a bit of fear was creeping, just a tingling of it, into the minds of the Demerara side, because they suspect that Fu is going to work his way in and then have a later explosion coming down to the end. So to get Fu's wicket with all that experience, I think they have every reason to celebrate.
Yes, and you want to celebrate that. They did that. And now look at the scoreboard. 51 for the loss of 4. Rampatab Ramnot, he was caught to the wicket of Ali Mohammed. He didn't score. It was 4 for 1 in the first over. Kevin Sinclair went for 3, 7 for 2. Anderson was caught to the wicket of Bailey for 2, 16 for 3. And Jonathan Fu, he was caught to the wicket. Brilliant delivery. Great catch by the keeper, Tevin Imblak, of Ali Mohammed. He made 3. 51 for the loss of 4, with the final delivery coming up here. And just when you feel that a partnership is building, Berbice, they have to just rethink strategy after strategy.
Well, not taking anything away from Ali Mohammed. That was a very good delivery.
Naeem, just look at this replay here. Short lifting delivery. Beautifully bowled. The line was good and moved away from him as well.
So lots of credit there to Ali Mohammed. I think splendid delivery. It was testing. It was on a good length. It made height, almost getting to the body of Jonathan Fu.
Zainul Ramsamy, the new batter, looking very competent onto the front foot defense. 10 overs gone. At the end of 10, it's 51 for the loss of 4.
So this is not a halfway mark. In usual parlance, T20 parlance, it would have been the halfway mark. And that's the difference, and big, huge difference between T20 cricket and ODI cricket, the 50-over version. This is cricket. It takes your good temperament to work your way. You have enough time to lose wickets and to recover. Enough time to see a particular bowler off or to read the pitch. Lots of time in 50 overs. And I think Jonathan Fu made a valiant effort, along with Junior Sinclair, to correct the wrong, so to speak, or right the wrong. The wrong being that they lost 3 wickets earlier on. They were 3 for 16 at one stage. Hey, John.
Hello, Naim. Hello, everyone. Lovely morning here at Bourda in the capital. Good day for the masjid as well.
Arshmead Ned. So Junior Sinclair was stepping on the gas just a few overs ago. And this is why I'm paying keen attention to him. I want to check his mentality, his psychology, if you're maturing, because you've lost Fu now. So it's time perhaps to just put the brakes on a little bit. It's just 10 overs gone. You've got 40, which seems as though you have until tomorrow to bat.
And that's the thing about a 50-over game. Lots of time. You can really graft. You can plan. But then when you lose 4 wickets as a batting side after winning the toss, you really have to go to your plan B and plan C. Good stuff from Demerara.
Beaten. Absolutely beaten. Fantastic delivery. It didn't only beat the batsman, it beat the wicket keeper as well. I think it was a surprise one. Must have landed on the seam a little bit and popped.
A little bit of pace and extra bounce as well. So the keeper, Tiffany Black, was also deceived. The one actually came back, like you mentioned, might have hit the seam. The arm ball from Arshmead Ned, who's taken all of the boxes in his young career. Getting an opportunity now to play senior in the county again. And doing very well.
I see Gudakesh Moti is bowling a lot of those deliveries and he's mastering it.
I was about to make the point as well. In the absence of Gudakesh Moti, one would expect someone like Arshmead Ned to step up to the plate if given the opportunity to represent the Guyana Harpy Eagles in the regional Super 50.
Slightly beaten. Good ball. Good bowling here from Arshmead Ned. He's really on target. There's no doubt about that. And the batsmen would have 2 minds whether to get out of their crease or stay there and defend. I think Junior is doing the right thing. Faster delivery there, John. Good. Absolutely good thinking. Great over. 11 gone. 55 for 4.
Good stuff from Arshmead Ned, yes. Using the conditions nicely here at Bourda. Earlier in the Jeet and Dexter were looking at the pitch closely. And I think that it is a good one. We saw a little bit of moisture because the opening bowlers had some of their footmarks on top of that pitch. But other than that, it's held itself nicely. Even bounce and carry. And it's something I saw as well on social media. Persons who looked at the game 2 days ago right here at Bourda were impressed with the consistent bounce and pace at Bourda. You guys speak about how batters really enjoy their time at Bourda, but bowlers now getting some amount of purchase and support. And that's encouraging that not only the batters have something to really work with here, but the bowlers, once they're prepared to put in the work, will get some rewards.
Ali Mohammed will continue. And he's doing that from the commentary box end. Zainul is the batsman there. But I've seen situations like these describing the national team several years ago. I'm talking about the era where Brian Lara, Hooper, Chanda Paul, they all played for Guyana. And in particular, Brian Lara and Hooper I saw in a particular match where the Guyana was in a bad, the West Indies in a bad state. And what they did was to keep pushing and squeezing into the gaps. And you'll be surprised the scoring rate kept going up while they were defending. And all of a sudden, your side would have come out of the problem. How they did, the batsmen knew exactly what they were doing. Just squeezing it on the onside, offside, converting 1 to 2. And that went on for a dozen overs or so. And all of a sudden, you're out of trouble and you can start to have a flurry of strokes.
Those are batting geniuses. They would work the gaps, like you said, when the bowling is on top, without taking any risks. Run 1s and 2s quickly.
Good ball, Ali Mohammed, squeezing the batsman for space.
That's an attempted slow ball from Ali Mohammed coming out of the back of the arm. So looking to really use his variations here on this track. Looking for another wicket. Junior Sinclair, the set batter. We'd love to see the back of him. But Sinclair, they're not timing it well. Just hitting it hard into the ground. He as well realizing what an opportunity he has here in front of him.
That's preconceived there, Zainul. It's a wide delivery nevertheless, but preconceived. Sinclair, correction. Zainul is number 28. But an irrational shot. That was really high, wild, and complemented with a wild-looking shot.
And we've seen some cheap dismissals already, playing some bad shots. The Sinclairs earlier, and Kevin Anderson. There's Kevin Sinclair and Kevin Anderson. Do not want another bad shot to result in a wicket.
Not an awkward bounce there from Ali Mohammed. I think Sinclair did well enough to defend it into the offside. There is something I want to mention here, John, is that having the advantage that the Demerara side has, 55 for 4 in only 11 overs. Well, actually, the score is 58, and that will be corrected soon on the television screen. But having this advantage and having them in a situation like this, a bit more pressure would have been nice to see.
Totally agree with you there, Naim. But sometimes captains get a bit too defensive too early. You have a team reeling at 58 for 4 in the 12th. Some more pressure would have been ideal, especially with Zainul Ramsamy on strike, just got into the crease. And Sinclair, you can see, prepared to play some shots. You want to get him back into his shell.
Absolutely. No slip, no forward short leg, no silly point. He's just having a free day now, just outside the line of the off stump. Ali Mohammed is bowling well. He's getting the ball to lift appreciably, at least a slip. You've got 4 of the best batsmen of the side back in the pavilion and no pressure on them. 58 now for 4 at the end of 11. End of 12, am I right?
Just after the first hour of play here, it is senior in the county fixture. Demerara, the home side against Berbice. Berbice looking to bounce back from defeat. See Jonathan Yearwood, president of the GCC, along with head groundsman Basil and some other members there. No doubt discussing some renovations maybe there, Naim.
I was hearing things were to happen a while ago, and I'm delighted to hear that kind of news. But I wanted some stands back here. Maybe you can still have a regional game. I know that Mr. Frank Diabru is one of the drivers of that theory, and they just don't want to give Bourda up. And I agree with them. Arsh Midnet, the bowler.
Yeah, you don't want to give away history at all. This is really a fantastic venue. And look at this light structure that is being erected here, Naim. Get the impression that night activities will be part and parcel of this venue pretty soon. The stanchion is there, no lights as yet, but the infrastructure is there.
Where that light post is, I'll give you a little quiz, John. I wonder, you remember what stand was there?
I remember in the exact position used to be the Shell scoreboard.
Right, and the stands that run alongside.
So do you have the south rails?
Rails.
Rails.
That's the word I'm looking for.
Rails, yes. And then you have the schoolboys.
The lesser mortals would go there. I spent a lot of
My
time
first
in
international
Wales.
game was there, sir.
That's only confirming that you are
Of course.
a part of the lesser mortal gang. Yeah, I spent a lot of time there. There wasn't any shade. You just pay. Sometimes you bargain with the gateman. I'm short on this. Okay, go in, youngster. So lots of sun bleaching you. No food, no water, no money in your pocket.
Lots of knowledge shared on that side of the game, of the field as well. And lots of persons in the latter part of Bourda gravitated that side because later on, music became a big part of cricket, and the music was in that section of the ground as well.
And just to the that's northeast of that rail stand was a schoolboy stand. And when the cameraman has time, perhaps you just flash straight where long off is. And that was a schoolboy stand. I was there once and saw Vivian Richards straight drive Colin Croft. Well, Colin Croft doesn't like that, period. He doesn't like when you remind him either. Colin and I, we did so many years of commentaries together, and quite a character to have next to you because of his experience.
Mahika boys together.
Hiker boys together. I also had the privilege of doing commentaries a few times with Sir Viv, and in Berbice, if he's watching on this broadcast. And I beat him at pools. There was at least one thing that I could have beaten the big man for or to do. So watchful there, watchful over. Yeah, Andrew? 61 for 4, the updated score. 13 overs gone. But it's unimaginable just because we have the time. That's the stand I'm talking about, is that right? That's Lance Gibbs. It's to your right, Andrew, if you don't mind, where long off is, right down, just there. That was the schoolboy stand. A vicious, ferocious straight drive. Colin Croft running in with all his worth. And Sir Viv straight driving him for 4. That never came out of my mind.
I saw South Africa and West Indies in action from that same schoolboy stands.
That would have been, what, 40, 50 years ago?
I was not a schoolboy, but however, I managed to get one of the school children's lunch. They had extras on that day. Wonderful test match. Saw Carl Hooper in full flight.
And it's amazing. I did commentaries with Sir Viv in Berbice a few years back. And he's a different Sir Viv. All smiling, laughing, and taking his licks as a big man in pools. Ali Mohammed again operating from the southern side of the ground. But you can remember those days where this level of cricket inter-county, you're looking at Clive Lloyd and Alvin Kallicharran and Stephen Comash and a whole lot of them that played for the West Indies would be at the same time competing at the inter-county level. But now they're all on different contracts all over the world. Nice looking shot there, but straight to mid-off.
And not only the stars will be on the field, spectators will be around the venues, trying to get as close as possible to the action and to their stars.
Absolutely good point. Because up to the 90s, I recall, when we go to Essequibo and in Berbice, not a good delivery. And when we go outside in the rural areas, at Albion, we'll get the maximum. I can't recall it. It was about 8,000 people and overspilling on the parapets crossing Essequibo, 5,000 would have been about overspilling numbers, all on the side of the parapets. And those were the days of the Roger Harpers, Hooper and Chandapal. Lifter. Ali Mohammed is trying here, John, to get this ball to lift. It's a wide signal by the umpire. And he's not getting exactly what he's looking for. But I think he wants the lifting delivery outside the line of the off stump for a big slash that will take the top edge and fly down to third man.
I think what he's trying to do is to cram these batters and try to make them uncomfortable with some short pitch deliveries on the body. But that was just too short, and with extra pace went over the head. Lots of leg cutters being bowled as well by Ali Mohammed. So he's looking really to prize out another wicket by caught behind. But he wants the batters to be a bit uncomfortable first with some short deliveries on the body.
Now that's a good shot off, or good offer. Picking up the line, letting it go. And I'm very disappointed that I'm not seeing any close fielder up for the catch. This should have been overly aggressive at this moment, and not now, maybe 5, 6, 7, 8 overs ago.
We're being a bit watchful now, realizing that the drinks break is upon us. Some aggression again from Ali Mohammed.
I think that was bordering on arrogance because the batsman didn't move from his crease. Where was the need to spin around and fling that ball with that kind of aggression? He could have struck the batsman. And I guess it's young and energy over peaking. And the fact that he's been denied a wicket.
That's a little bit of partnership there for you. Junior Sinclair, the senior partner, telling his young partner to be watchful. The drinks break is upon us.
Sinclair is the non-striker. 63 for 4. 14 overs gone. And so we're going to have a water break. Long ago, many years ago, you would have the water cart being brought onto the field. A little square box on wheels, and you push it out, and the players converge around. Now it's more like in your hands.
Welcome back to Bourda. 14 overs gone in the Berbice side innings. They're batting first against Demerara here at Bourda. 6 for 4, just to give you an update of what's happening across at Lusignan. Second match of the round as well. Esquibo 6 for 4 as Devon Lord comes into the attack now. More left arm spin. Saw Ashmed net earlier for Demerara. Now another local boy. Devon Lord plays right here at GCC. Slow delivery. So Dexter's with me. Dexter, steady start you'd say for Berbice after they won the toss. 4 wickets very early, but now the rebuilding process between Sinclair and Ramsamy.
Yeah, Berbice, they need a big partnership here, you know. Demerara formally in control. You know, I would like to see a bit more attacking field placement being set by the home side. You've got them, Berbice side that is 6-3 for 4. You know, you can afford to be a bit more attacking, a bit more aggressive.
Chopped on. Just too tentative. You always find that after a drinks break, something happens. And in this case, Junior Sinclair, half forward, ball taken in the part of the bat, and he's gone. 37, 63 now for 5.
I was just about to say Devon Lord has started well. You know, as we take a look at that replay again, was in 2 mind there. Junior Sinclair chopped on, losing his wicket, so he would have been quite disappointed. You know, we've gotten a start. The only batter in the Berbice side so far to go past 20. You would have want to make that a big one. Was not to be. So Berbice drifting forward into trouble.
Like I said, just to let you know what's happening as Versamy Pamal makes his way into the middle, the captain of Berbice. Esquibo against the Guyana Cricket Board Select 11 at Lusignan. Esquibo won the toss and they're batting as well. 69 for 4 at the end of 17 overs. Not bad in terms of what we're seeing here. Close in comparison.
The Guyana Cricket Board Select 11, you know, looking for the first win. They would have lost the first match opening round. Right here to the defending champions, Demerara. Demerara obviously in control of things, you know. Versamy Pamal, the experienced Versamy Pamal of the Berbice side. You know, needs to build a partnership here with Ramsamy.
Look at that. Wicket made to begin with from Devon Lord. 15 gone, 63 for 5. But Pamal playing back to a ball he should have been forward to.
You know, he had a good outing with the bat in his first game. He spent some time at the crease. Didn't get a big score, but he showed the application. You know, he showed leadership with the bat, and he's required here once again. So it looked like it's gonna be Ashmit Nen. His change ends.
Left arm spin from both sides. Look at the teams for today, Demerara and Berbice. Demerara made 2 changes. One at the top of the order, one at the bottom. Sachin Singh coming out, making way for Machu Nandu. And then also Christopher Harry making way for Bernard Bailey. 2 changes for Demerara. What are your thoughts on that?
2 good changes. I think obviously Machu Nandu playing first class cricket for Guyana, missing out on the first game. So it's nice to see him back. Bernard Bailey, who was impressive in last year's tournament. We've seen him for the first time as well.
Look at the figures of Ashmed Ned. Left arm spinner from up the road at Demerara Cricket Club. Now into his 5th over, just conceding 3 runs. Talk about economical.
Absolutely. He'd want to pick up a wicket or two to make that figure look even more impressive. It's a nicely played shot by Ramsamy. We'll only get one. I think this partnership is absolutely crucial for Berbice. You know, they still have the likes of Clinton Pestano to come, but he need a platform set in order to go about his cricket the way he goes about it.
You mentioned a name that I have a lot of time for, Clinton Pestano. Disappeared into the wilderness not too long ago. Just before that, he was a talk of the town. It's good to see Pestano getting an opportunity again. Hoping that from a Pestano standpoint and a Berbice standpoint, and of course Guyana, that he makes full use.
Absolutely. One of the better and talented all-rounders in the country. So it's really good to see him back and playing cricket. You know, with a few spots being up in the national team this year, he want to put his hand up. There'll be no Shortman Rutherford, no Romario Shepherd, obviously there in Sri Lanka with the West Indies team at the moment. So a few spots there for some players if they can put their hand up. And this is nice tight bowling from Ahmed Ned. We mentioned he's been very economical and he's not giving the batter any free scoring opportunity here. And this is really good from Demerara. You know, he's bowling with a slip in place. He's looking for wickets.
Nicely knocked down, but good flight, good control from Ahmed Ned. I love the way he's actually going about his business. Just playing the patient game so far. Nicely knocked down by first slip. Akshay Prasad in that position.
That's a beauty, absolute beauty. Resami Parmal did well not to get an edge on that one. No, he's still batting, and that's all he'll be interested in.
A pitch of a delivery to end the 16th. It's now 64 for 5. Berbice batting first against Demerara here at Bourda. Look at what happened so far. Rampatab Ramnath did not trouble the scorers. Sinclair just dismissed 37 and a string of single digits as well. Kevin Sinclair and Kevlin Anderson, 3 and 4 respectively. Jonathan Fu threatened momentarily before he was dismissed by a beauty. Brilliantly caught by the wicket keeper. 64 for 5 at the end of 16. Beautiful conditions here for cricket. At the Mecca, what once the Mecca.
You know, they're obviously placed at 64 for 5. You know, with a projected score of 200 at this stage. I think if they can just string together a partnership here to try to get it close as a projected total around 180 to 200, you know, it'll be something to work with for the bowlers. As we see, Ramsamy unable to pierce the gap away in that occasion. You know, Ramsamy, you know, he's a good young player. He loves to spend time in the middle. And this is ideal for him. So this is an opportunity for him. Misfield. Bat is going through for a single.
The field on that occasion, Richie looked not. Haven't seen him as yet with the ball. Recently played some regional cricket for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. We'd love to have an opportunity here in good conditions for spin bowling. But so far, Lord and Ned doing a fine job for the home side. Big appeal goes up. The finger of Shannon Crawford, the umpire, goes up as well. Wicket number 6. The captain, Berbice Pamal, not pleased with that decision, but he has to go without scoring. 65 now for 6.
As we can see, he's playing back to that one. I think that's out. You know, he pitched in line going on to hit the stump. So Pormal be pretty disappointed, but he only has himself to blame. They should have been playing forward to that one. And Berbice, they're in a heap of trouble here.
Celebration now for Demerara. Another big wicket going down. Look, with the water, Christopher Harry, who made his debut in the last game, played youth cricket for Berbice. Now living in Demerara, working in Demerara, has an opportunity for Demerara. Played in the first game, went wicketless, but was quite economical. From every report, showed good control as a left-arm seamer. And it's good to see a left-arm seamer coming out from Guyana.
Absolutely. I think the last time we would have seen a left-arm pacer for Guyana at the national level, I think it would have been Andre Stull. He was quite lively, but unfortunately, did not lift up the promise.
But he's still lively, but not with the ball. Quite the talker. The new batsman, Clinton Pestano, another talented right-arm all-rounder. Has Caribbean Premier League experience as well for the Guyana Amazon Warriors. Played some club cricket for Cosmos not so long ago in South Trinidad and Tobago. Here he faces up to Lord.
Nicely bowled, nicely played. I tell you what, this is a perfect opportunity for Pestano, to get some runs under his belt and say to the selectors, I'm here, I'm back, you need to pick me. You mentioned he's been out of local cricket for some time. Unable to place the gap on that occasion. But he's a quality player, and we would all love to see him back in the national setup. He started well. Lord, it's been impressive thus far.
Lord has been showing good control. Captain of GCC. We saw him early in the year in that Guyana Cricket Board T10 blast, picking up wickets, very economical as well. 17 gone, it's now 65 for 6.
So John, from a batting standpoint, what is it that Berbice need to do now to ensure that they get up to a competitive total?
2 wickets apiece for Ali Mohammed, Bailey and Lord. Ashmed Ned quite economical. 26 dot balls from 5 overs. Just 4 runs. We heard that he's a stingy man, but not sure if he's this stingy. As Naim Chan gives a wide smile. Look at his scorecard so far. Just 1 play in double figures. Junior Sinclair. Single digits right through. Pestano and Ramsamy, to answer your question, are at the crease. They need to bat to the end. Once you bat to the end, give yourself the opportunity to score. It is a numbers game. You want numbers up there. You want, when you come to bowl, you have something to bowl at. Once you spend time at the crease, they always say runs will come, because Ned, into his 6th now, cannot bowl forever. So if you're going to target a bowler, maybe target the one at the other end. Try to get some momentum into your batting. Build a partnership. And back yourself to get a good score.
I think you sum it up nicely. But it's not going to be easy. We've seen some torn being extracted from the surface. You mentioned about batting all the overs. They do have a really good bowling lineup, so they just need to give themselves a chance with the bat to put up a competitive total.
So they're just playing the patience game, hanging just outside the off stump of Ramsamy. Slip in play, waiting patiently.
I've been impressed with the temperament of Ramsamy thus far. I think he's batting the situation. Score's not been taken over fluently, but he's still there. He's batting. He's toughing it out. Sometimes that is required.
Another maiden from Ahmed Ned. And after 18 overs, Berbice 65 for 6.
Tevin Imlach has been good with his bowling changes. He's just used just the 4 bowlers so far, and they've been pretty good. Ali Mohammed with the new ball, bowled a lively spell, got a couple of wickets that pegged Berbice back, and they've shifted forward into trouble ever since then.
In the background there, the Brazilian Institute. And just in the front of that Brazilian Institute, one of the beautiful saman trees. We've heard about the saman trees around Bourda. That is one of them. Lord to continue. So Pestano now with a big task, big responsibility upon his shoulders to get a score for himself. Put Berbice in a good position. Has to negotiate some quality left arm spin from both ends now. Take outside edge. He's going to get off the mark here, Pestano. Good fielding, however, from Perez. Good cricket.
Yeah, that's a well-judged single. And, I think they just need to ensure that they keep trying to take the score over on Clinton Pestano. We all know what he's capable of, but he just needs to give himself some time here. He can be destructive, and he has had a perfect opportunity to probably get an off century and to go big for his side here. The Demerara bowlers has been doing a good job. And I think in this situation for Berbice, Ramsamy is the kind of battle that you love to have at the crease. And he has a good calm head, a good calm mind. So he's not going to be too rash. He's going to play the situation. LBW shout going down. This is pretty good bowling from Lard. We saw him early this year in the Guyana Cricket Board T10. I think he finished second leading wicket taker in that tournament. Very economical too. As he continues to peg away here, continues to be impressive.
We saw him picking up the wicket of Parmal, who was playing back in his crease. And now Ramsamy opting to go on the back foot as well, open up his stance, clearing his front leg. That's not the ideal way to play Lord, who's in full flight. Just a single from the 19th. All 6 on the board. 66 for 6. This is what's happening at Lusignan. SQ were batting first against the Ghana Cricket Board Select 11. 88 for 4. Kevon Bodie, 26. Ricardo Peters, 19. Ricardo Adams, 18. Ariane Passad, another left arm spinner, 2 for 16. Carlos LaRose, who plays right here at GCC, 1 for 10. So that's the second match of the round. It's round 2 action. That one's being played at the Lusignan Community Centre ground on the east coast of Demerara.
It's interesting that both teams that are batting first in this round find themselves in a bit of bother early on. It could be credit to good bowling, could be the pitch is offering a bit for the bowlers.
And it can also be in the case of Kevin Sinclair and Kevin Anderson. Bad batting.
As we see, Pestano uses his feet on that occasion. So he's trying to unsettle the bowlers. He's not just trying to have them bowl that balls at him. He needs to be a bit careful. He needs to be watchful. There's a lot of overs remaining in this game for Berbice to bat. So he can afford to not try to do too much against Ned. He's bowling well. He's going to bowl just 10 overs.
Powerfully driven down towards long on. You got a feeling that Pestano's just waiting for an opportunity to really unleash. He has the power, he has the temperament, no doubt has the experience. What I'm seeing from him so far, lacking a little bit of confidence, maybe a little bit low on form. Not sure what type of cricket he was playing before. In the air, but look not, cannot, with that full stretch dive, cannot hold on to it, and it goes into the boundary.
That's a sweet shot. You know, as we look at it again, very well executed. In the gap. 4 more. The good thing about that shot is that it was all along the ground. Minimal risk. And he's taking advantage of scoring opportunities when they're presented. He's batted the 29 delivery, so he will have gotten himself in. Just need to try to turn over the strike here now.
Been a long time since we've seen a boundary. There's a first boundary off of net as well. Somewhat damaging his figures. Now none for 9 in the 7th. At this stage, difficult to say what a projected score will be for Berbice, but they'll be very happy if they can get somehow to 150 to be competitive at least. Yes, no in the end. Both batters remain in their crease. 20 overs gone, 71 for 6.
It's pretty good cricket from the home side. You know, they have fielders close in catching position, which indicates that they're looking to be aggressive, they're looking to be attacking, they're looking for wickets. They're not going to give away the easy single.
Yeah, that's one of our local umpires. I think he might very well be the third umpire, right? Umpire Nagisar. Yeah. Always nice to have these gentlemen sporting a nice clump of grey hair on that hair. That will tell you about experience, Dexter.
Experience indeed. Umpire Nagasar has been around for quite a long time. A good fellow.
Yes, and they scramble a single here. Another good delivery by Devon Lord, and well played too, because he reached for it a little, just tickling to the onside down towards forward square and getting a single. At 72 for 6, that's a sorry sight to see. You know, we are accustomed to see a very strong Berbice team, but this Demerara team, they're the defending champions and they're playing like defending champions. Nicely tossed up there, and this is the job of the spinner. You just don't want to be quick through the air. Just make the batter look up a little. That was well bowled by Devon Lord.
Yeah, he's been impressive from the moment he came on. He's already picked up 2 wickets.
There's another shout here. That was nicely floated up. Did he? Well, where did it pitch? We shall certainly saying height there, umpire Shannon Crawford. And our technician is going to take us there. Was it there for height? That was ever so close. Oh, he's going over the top, and that's going to go away towards the wide long on boundary for 4. Brave shot for the pitch top, and he went after his man in the meat of the bat and gets a boundary that has been very, very scarce.
As we look at it again, I tell you what, that's a safe shot. There is no one placed on the long arm boundary, and he has been out there for some time, so he's looking to kick into second gear as Ramsamy. Very well played. Safe shot.
12 from 34 for Zainul Ramsamy. A boundary in that, and I remember him driving through wide mid-off and getting a boundary. So there are 2 boundaries in that 12 for Zainul Ramsamy. The balls that he has faced, 34, will tell the struggle out in the middle to score runs for Berbice.
Pestan looking for a single, not on. But I tell you what, this shows the importance of spending time out in the middle. You know, the last few hours, he's looked a bit more positive. He's looked a bit aggressive. He's picked up a few boundaries. and he's definitely feeling confident.
Yes, deep in his crease this time on the back foot and came down at the last moment. Lucky for him, the over has been completed. 21 gone. It's 76 for the loss of 6.
A lot of work for Berbice to do.
Yes, and our cameraman is taking us on a little journey there. Some of the fellas on the shade, they will be enjoying that. They're definitely, these guys out in the middle, it's going to be perspiration galore. And Dexter, inter-county cricket, maybe just go through this. Junior Sinclair 37, Zainul Ramsami 12, Kevin Sinclair 3. Ali Mohammed 2 for 31 from 6, bowled particularly well. Bailey 2 for 25 and Lord picking up 2. Those are the wicket takers. So we're going to have a change of bowling. Another left arm spinner, Akshaya Prasad, will be bowling from the southern end of the ground. So there are a plethora of left arm spinners across Guyana.
Absolutely. No, there are a few in almost every team.
Driven down towards wide long on, tossed up on the line of the leg stump, and they pick up a single. One scarce commodity. It's like almost it's banned from Guyana, other than Stephen Sankar. We are leg spinners.
Nicely played by Ramsami. Punching it firmly down the ground for 1. But you mentioned leg spinners, Sankar has been around for some time. After the exit of Devendra Bishu, we've not seen, I don't think, more than 2 leg spinners at this level playing cricket for the different counties. There are a few at the junior level coming through that look good prospect. So it'll be interesting to see how they develop. But that's a missed opportunity there by Tevin Imlach. Very well bowled by Akshaya Prasad, inducing Pestana to come down the wicket. Missed it altogether. And Imlach being unable to effect the stumping. Big miss there for Demerara.
A fine delivery by Akshaya Prasad. Floated that one. Lovely delivery, right where he wanted. Missed it. Can he make this count here? Clinton Pestano 4 from 12. Akshaya Prasad had a blazing 79 with the bat in the last game here. On the full toss this time. Down towards wide long on, and they'll take the single. Walking to go too much across the line. Wanted to hit with the angle of the delivery and gets the single. So the Berbice been stifled here. I mean, the final delivery coming up in over number 22, and you look at that scorecard. It tells you that the runs have dried up on a very hot day. Good delivery. Tantalizing once again. He's defending. 22 overs gone. Berbice struggling. 79 for 6 after winning the toss and batting.
Yes, Demerara firmly on top. But I tell you what, that missed in the last over by the keeper off of Pestano. They'll be hoping that he doesn't capitalize on that.
Yes, on the screen there, I'm seeing one of our friends from the United States of America, Prophet Merv Siram. Good to have him in the ground. There are also Ravendra Mandulal there. Does it look like Ravendra? Not too certain. Sean Divas is there as well, our dear friend. Anil Bihari with a phone. Maybe trying to call banks. The IH some cool banks. You never know. Yeah, Rayan Dame King in his pink. And Shabir Baksha sitting there as well.
That's a fine shot by Pestano. Nicely played down to the square leg boundary for 4. I tell you what, the placement on that shot was pretty good. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Just ensure he tried to find the gap. Successful on that occasion and picking up 4 runs. So immediately after being dropped, he signaled his intent.
Yes, and you know, Dexter, we have watched cricket so long. We have seen a number of stars. We have seen a number of good players, effective players. They will get a single now down towards wide long off. I am puzzled as to the skills of our batters against the left arm spinners. I mean, I'm not taking anything from Devon Lord or the left arm spinner of Ashmead Ned, Akshaya Prasad, but I'm afraid our skill set in playing spin. Appeal for a catch at the wicket, was a quicker delivery, gone in the crease, just standing there too close to play the cut shot, and Zainul Ramsamy caught at the wicket of the bowling of Lord. Lord now picking up 3 for 12 for the trouble, 84 for 7.
Just as you mentioned it, another batter succumbs to the left arm spinner. Too
And-
close for that shot. Perishes
Yeah.
in the end is Ramsamy.
Yes, and especially in Guyana here, we dance in the street corners, we dance at the backyard, we dance in every opening in the clubs, you name it, a wedding house and so on. You know, they're dancers. And I'm perplexed that, many of our batters are riveted to the crease, playing shot. One time I saw a Berbice batter, and that's Clinton Pestano, came down the track and reached, and that was off the bowling of Ashmead Ned. That's the only time. And we're in over number 23. It's like, what has happened to the skill set of our players in playing spin? We have produced some of the best in the world. The Rohan Kanhai. We talk about Alvin Kalicharan, Sudesh, Danny Ram from Berbice, Narsingh Demerara. Man, these guys played spin. They were good at it. I'm afraid the art of playing spin is dying. That's not good.
I'll tell you what. Most of these batters, they seem content on playing on the back foot. I think when you're playing spin, especially when it's not spinning that much, you want to get as farthest in front of you to smother the spin and to play the ball into the gaps and to rotate the strike. We've not seen that intent so far. As the left arm spinner, they've dominated basically.
Yes, and you want to put pressure on the bowlers. You don't want to get them all over you. You want to ensure you drop the ball in the gaps, soft hands, look for the scoring opportunities. You can't do that if your comfort zone is between that batting crease and those 3 sticks that are out in the middle. It's not going to happen today, tomorrow, or next year. Well, that just back over the head of Devon Lord there. And they will get the single. He's a lucky fella.
Off the mark immediately is Caesar.
And Tomani Caesar here. He can bat. He's a wicket keeper in the side. Clinton Pestano is still out in the middle. He's 10 from 15. And the struggle continues here. On a Bourda pitch that I think is still good for good stroke playing, Berbice is really making a meal of this one.
They didn't start well, and they were slid forward into trouble, being 7 down. I think this pair at the crease, it's up to them primarily to get them to a respectable total. It's going to be interesting to see the approach by Pestano in particular. You mentioned he's played at CPL level. He would have played for a Guyana franchise in the past. He's looking to make a comeback in Guyana cricket, and this presents a perfect opportunity despite the position Berbice being placed in. This is where you want to play one of those innings to say to the selectors, I'm back. In the first season against Trinidad, would have picked up a hat-trick, including Dwayne Bravo and Kyron Pollard, and he had a fantastic season that year. So as we look again at the scorecard, sorry looking scorecard, just Junior Sinclair really with any substantial score. Zaimul at the bottom with just 13, so not a lot to say.
Yes, Junior Sinclair, I thought, played pretty well until he was bowled by Lord for his 37 or 42. Good innings by Junior. And I think he showed some senior batters in the Berbice team how it can be done out in the middle. It's 50 overs cricket. You're not playing a 10-10. And, there's time that you settle out in the middle. Once you are there, the runs will definitely come. Akshaya Prasad will begin over number 24. And he'll be bowling to the left-handed Tomani Caesar.
Oh, nicely bowled by Prasad. Very well played in the end. Could have easily yorked himself and been dismissed. But this is what I want to ask you after this delivery. So we know obviously it's just 3 rounds being played. So basically 3 matches. Your batting hasn't been the best. Second game, the top order has not produced. From a batting perspective, how tempting would you be to make changes at the top of the order?
That's another good deliveries coming forward. The thing is, if we're going to make changes at the top of the order, we have to think about who will replace those changes, or do we reshuffle the batting order? Those are questions that is to be asked. And, I will hate to think that Berbice is going to replace the likes of Kevin Sinclair, Anderson. They're top-notch cricketers, rampant up. They're good boys, good youngsters. But the mindset, the determination, the guts to bat out in the middle, and the thinking processes. How do I build an innings? That's something they have to look at very, very seriously. It's difficult, in a short tournament to change your batting lineup or to even change cricketers in the middle. If the tank is very skillful and the tank has replacement, that should have been done in selection of the 15-man squad. 24 gone, 85 for the loss of 7.
As we see another good over by Prasad. Demerara firmly in control. They're looking to skittle out this Berbice side for as minimal runs as possible. I agree with you. This Berbice side, the guys who've been tasked with the batting group, as we see here, the bowling figures from the Demerara bowlers. Impressive figures from everyone. Ashmid Ned being very stingy. But yeah, I tend to agree with you. But when you look at the guys that would have opportunity, those are the guys who are pretty much right there to go on to play at the next level. So it's tough to say to them, look, as we see there, a very good feeling. It's coming through for a single. I think that is Nandu on that occasion.
Yes,
with a pretty
Matthew
good
Nandu.
save.
Brilliant fielding. The ball was going past him and he just dived away, knocked it back. You expect this from our national players. National players, when they come to intercounty, they must dominate. They must be able, to make something, create an impact. And that is why I'm disappointed with Berbice batting. I think they're much more better than that 86 we're seeing for the loss of 7. Now, this intercounty prepares you along with the preparation camp that they will be having before they depart these shores for the regional Super 50 that starts on the 29th of this month. So there aren't much time. These guys have to get themselves, thinking very serious. Now, this is good cricket by Tomani Caesar. Just moved and played it nicely. Soft hands. He knows where the scoring opportunity is and gets the single in the process.
Yeah, very well judged single. And one of the reasons why I asked that question is because Tomani Caesar, yes, he's batting at 9 here in this team, but he's predominantly an opening batsman. He's played and batted at the top of the order at junior level for Berbice and Guyana in the past. So would there be an attempt by Berbice team to probably get him up the order? In the first round, he batted very well. I think he scored 29, if I recall correctly. And
where did he batted? At Pomona?
8.
He batted at number 8.
He looked really good. He looked solid. He looked resolute.
Well, that's something I think, that the selectors must look at, and the coach and so on. If you're having a guy with this standard and batting so late in the order at number 8, and he's been scoring some runs, those are in front have not been doing the job. Well, you need to rethink your strategy.
Yeah, it's really tit for tat, because like we would have mentioned, You know, the guys who've been given the opportunity to bat up the order are guys who are looking to stake the claim in the national team. Some of them, you know, will be picked, in my view, the likes of, you know, a Kevlon Anderson. You know, we don't see him being left out. That's really nice cricket. Scamper through for a single. And that's what I'm talking about, Caesar. You know, he looks level-headed, seems to know where the gaps are, and he's not allowing the bowlers to bog him down.
Yes, and talking about selection, while the name Kevlon Anderson rings a bell, we know he's a young talent, has a bright future in front of him. And, you know, that bright future can only happen based on he himself. You have coaches, they can only do as much as they can. And this is inside out, over the top of extra cover. Fine shot. They will go for one and come back and complete two. Good use of the feet this time by the right-handed Clinton Pestano and getting 2 runs.
Yeah, nicely played, safe. The ball went into the open space and was able to come back for a second. So at the end of the halfway mark, Berbice, they're 91 for 7.
Yes, and what lovely scene we are having there. Those look like saman trees. And at Bourda, you know, you look at those limbs, there is where he had the birdmen in the past. Naim Chan spent some time up in the trees, wanting to have a glimpse at some of his stars and heroes out in the middle. And that's those are like monuments here, living monuments at Bourda. Saman trees, they have stayed here for more than a century. 91 for 7. Hello to you, Naim.
Hi, Jeet.
They're going to come through for a very quick single here. Return fired in. And will they seize the opportunity? The ball goes into the open field, comes back in, but they have gotten 2. Good run in between the wicket.
And it's good to see something positive coming out of the batting side for a change. Seen they've been suffocating in misery from the time they started their innings. They won that toss, elected to bat first.
Yes, and that has to say about a positive mind approach in batting first. We haven't seen it in the quality of the batting. That's a good delivery by Akshaya Prasad. He too, another left arm spinner, being very, very economical in his bowling. You remember those saman trees that we saw just now?
Smack.
Well, he has to be careful here. The return comes in. Out in the middle there, that's Tamani Caesar. Just slide on the turf there. And good enough that Clinton Pestano, you know, could have just stepped on the brakes and turned back. Yeah, Raymond Perez. That was a good piece of feeling. He survives. The spinners are just weaving webs here, Naim.
And these are not world-class spinners. I mean, these are spinners mediocre compared to what you have available out of India and Sri Lanka and many other countries like Afghanistan. Salam Keel and Rashid Khan. Those are top spinners. And if these are spinning web around you, and something is wrong with your ability to negotiate spin.
Now that was a good looking shot, and I like what I've seen here for Tamani Caesar. Just moving towards the pitch of the delivery and rolling the wrist nicely down towards long on and getting a single. 26 gone. It's 94 for the loss of 7.
I know many of the batsmen that came out of Trinidad because of the proliferation of spinners from Trinidad. It offered you a lot of batting stars that could have batted spin.
Well, not only Trinidad, that's good to mention. Guyana by itself over the years, we have produced some of the best batters against spin bowling. So look at that. Lord, 3 for 19 left arm spinner. Bernard Bailey and Ronaldo Ali Muhammad, they're medium fast bowlers. They too got into the wickets. And now we're seeing the right arm off spinner. But we do have a problem. Even going on Caribbean pitches, some spinners have dominated our batters. You know, in the last couple of years, that's something serious that we have to look at.
I mean, after the exodus of Chandapal, Hooper, and Lara,
Ronnie Sarwan.
Ronnie Sarwan, they hardly got people who can bat spin after that.
Yes, we have struggled. Narsingh Demerara, he could have batted spin real well. Still plays the game in the United States of America. Plays a Masters tournament and so on. He was a joy to watch as well, playing spin. But with our batters departing for whatever reason, we have struggled against both spin and speed.
And it's average, just to reiterate that, average spin bowlers. These are not Muralitharan and Shane Warne. Quick
A
sing-
chance to run out here, and he misses the woodwork. I think Richie Spice Loknath might have touched the stump with his hand, and they survive there, Naeem.
Yes, I think they were not open on the communication with that particular single. Started off a bit late, couldn't get there. Well, managed to get there, but then not inspiring, the communication between the players. But just look at how Lara, Chandapal, and Hooper faced up to people like Shane Warne and devoured him on many, many occasions, himself and Muralitharan as well.
You mentioned the name Murali. He made me laugh. He said that Brian Lara can play 3 different shots to any ball he chooses against his bowling, but Lara never picked him. Never picked his bowling, but yet he played 3 shots. Lara was such a star.
Wide of the off stick. The offer comes nevertheless from Pestano, not taking the outside edge, but just going for the shot.
Yes, and while our left arm spinners, they are not at that top notch with international, these guys have been learning their trade and doing an exceptionally good work. They have improved over the years, coming through here for a single, and that will tell the hard work that they have put in, knowing that there are spaces to be filled. A team will be leaving Guyana for the regional Super 50. You want to get your best team possible. So it's the heart, the courage, the ability to rise above situation. That total mindset is going to make some people get into the team and others left out of it.
And I think the grand focus in the minds of even our young cricketers, I'm talking from age 15 here, I was talking with one of the coaches, and I'll come back to the point in a while. And this particular coach told me, and that's in the Guyana camp, where the players, every opportunity they get, they're discussing the IPL and the CPL. That's what they want. So even a 50-over game is difficult for them to play now. Their focus is absolutely and exclusively on earning money and playing the shortest version.
And that's understandable. 96 for the loss of 7, 27 overs gone. It's a matter of bread and butter in a modern world. Let's look at that. Ali Muhammad, 6 overs, 2 for 31. Brilliant bowling. Bailey bowled well too, 2 for 25 from 4. Ned, none for 9 from 7 overs. Good bowling. Lord, 6 overs, 3 for 19. He was the spinner that really destroyed that middle. That's the reason why 96 for the loss of 7. And getting back to this franchise cricket across the world, T10, T20, people are well paid in those tournaments, shorter format of the game. People are looking to earn. They have families. They have ambition in this life. They want luxuries. Here's a big swing of the bat, short of catch it. It's not going to reach there to long on, and they'll just get the single. 1 more to the score. The thing is, we must come up. Yeah. We must come up with ways and means. We must have a discussion with our players. What is it we want for you? What is it you can do for us? At the end of the day, it is the club's territorial board that provide these players for West Indies. And it is because they play for the West Indies, they're showcased to the world. So there must be a level of discussion between the player and the boards. And, come up with the best scenario. I want you to play 40. We're going to accommodate you, not all 40, but at least 2 in a season. Play with us. So you help to develop our cricket. Those things are of vital importance.
Nicely driven, but picked up by Bailey down at extra cover. But I would be surprised and disappointed if those discussions are not ongoing. They ought to be with the administration. Wide signal by the umpire that we want you to play 4-day for us. I can't believe that those discussions don't go on. What is shocking to me is even the 50 overs, these players are opting not to play. They'll go for a leg by here, short, fine leg. But these discussions, I guess, would have been going on. But it's so disappointing that some of our star players are opting not even to play a 50-over tournament. Only the 20 overs.
And that again is understandable, because when you enter into a contract, oh, that's in the air, and that's going to be, well, he juggles and then takes it. And Clinton Pestano struggled for his 16. He has gone after facing 24 deliveries. For the trouble here for Berbice, they are 99 now for the loss of 8. And you ask, can it get worse for them? Akshaya Prasad, he has bowled brilliantly. He has picked up a wicket there. He in his 4th over. He has picked up 1 for 9 so far. And the struggle here continues. I'm just wondering to know, when Essequibo defeated Berbice at Pomona Ground, if that actually knocked the wind out of their sails.
Well, from that game, I am delighted, overly overjoyed.
Yeah, Naeem, just look at this. This were our guys up in the commentary box. The atmosphere at Pomona Ground in Essequibo. More than 500 people there flocked the Pomona Ground to watch that game between Essequibo and Berbice. That was terrific sight. Look at our fellas at the top there. I think Andrew Singh is with the camera. He was the chief man up there. Struggled on the speedboat to get back, I understand.
But the most delightful thing that happened in that game is the fact that Essequibo won. Why I'm saying this? I have been describing this intercounty games for almost 40 years, Jeet, and they were the licking boys of the intercounty tournament. These guys are accounting for themselves. How the surge and improvement in Essequibo came about, I really can't answer it, because they hardly had grounds. Apart from Hampton Court, there were few grounds. So now I'm glad that all of this is happening.
Yeah, look at this. That's the atmosphere at Pomona. The pride of Essequibo here. The buildings, the flora that we're seeing out in the middle. The ground looks good there as well. Yeah. And yes, John just pointed out the Essequibo River in the distance as well. Overs gone, 28 completed. It's 99 for the loss of 8. Projected score here, if these two can hold their own and bat out, it's going to be 177. That's going to bring a lot of relief.
So there you have your scoreboard. The Tevin Imlak, I think, picked up just about 2 or 3 catches behind, so he's had a pretty good day. He missed-stumped early in the Berbice innings, but generally has been quite good. I am still a bit disappointed with some of the decisions of fielding. After having the Berbicians down and out, he hardly attacked sufficiently as far as I'm concerned.
This is short and cut down through fine third man. They will go back and complete 2. Good looking shot outside the line of the off stump from the right arm off spinner. Picked the spin well, played it nicely, and gets 2 to Manny Caesar. He has gone on to 10. That has brought the 100 up here for Berbice. That's a sigh of relief. 3 figures. 101 for the loss of 8. But it has come in over number 29. Loud shout, and another batter trapped deep in the crease there and finding himself in trouble.
This is a lot of confusion in the Berbice batting lineup, and I think the confusion started from the top order coming down all the while. Some injudicious shots, especially from Kevlin Anderson and Kevin Sinclair. Disappointing.
Yes. And looking at the 50 over, there haven't been can work against you. I know Berbice had their trials, Essequibo had their trials. Nicely knocked down. The fielding has been brilliant here. That was a single on offer, but because of Bailey diving away and saving the single, every run counts. This has been a brilliant performance by Demerara so far.
Absolutely. And I'm just looking and wondering, trying to decipher how Essequibo could have devoured the Berbicians. And they've come here today, and I'm seeing why.
Well, let me say, Naeem, as the over comes to an end, 29 gone, 101 for the loss of 8. There had to be effective planning by the Essequibo Cricket Board and all stakeholders in Essequibo to ensure that the different programs, are in place. Some of the players have been playing cricket in the city as well. All these counts. And I must remind also our viewers and listeners that the Guyana Cricket Board has established quite a few cricket academies in Essequibo of recent. So all these put together, we have seen that improvement, and we've seen maturity because the two Adams, they're not brothers, Ricardo Adams and Anthony Adams. They were the star of that show as a single is collected down towards the backward square. They'll go back and complete 2 good run in between the wickets here. So the way these guys have matured, Anthony Adams, a national player, Ricardo Adams, an all-rounder, played for Ghana as well. These guys matured. They were the ones who were instrumental in getting that victory.
And I'm happy. I'm happy because I've described intercounty games 2-3 decades ago when only people like Jaimini Singh was their star and a solitary player. Now they're having a good injection and overdose of quality players.
Yes, and the batting department then, Jaimini Singh, he was exceptional. But they had guys like Borchmore Reed and Trenton Peters, Dinesh Joseph.
That's the name I was trying to remember, Trenton Peters.
Yeah. And there was another guy that went by the name of Wallace. They were the ones that scored a lot for Essequibo.
Mandolal was one of their bright young prospects as well. Short, looking for the gap and simply not finding it, Nigel Deodat. We hadn't seen a lot of shots anyhow from the beginning to now where fielders were bisected with authority. We haven't seen much of that. Scarce commodity.
Yes, you're right about that, Naeem. Oh, good delivery. Floated up. Got the leading edge. And all along the ground, down towards five-turn man, they'll come back and the best batsman to come out of Essequibo, or Essequibian by birth. Let me tickle your brains. Born in Wakanam, took the world by storm.
No need to call that name, right? And he has been pretty charitable, Ramnaresh Sarwan, to his island of Wakanam.
Say it again. There's a drive down towards cover. They'll get the single. Ronnie Sarwan, one of the best that has ever graced the game. The over has been completed, 30 gone. 106 for the loss of 8. More from you, Naeem. And you'll be joined by our dear friend Dexter.
And Dexter's been pretty busy today. Not exactly debuting, but has just started off his career outside of the playing area and inside of the commentary box. That's your scorecard for you. So we're going to have Richie Loknath. This is going to be his third over. All the spinners have dominated in one way or the other. And you've got pugnacious batsmen that would have put them out of the line and obliterated their bowling. I think the Berbicians allowed the spinners to get on top of them as well.
As we see Loknath continue. Not a dot delivery. Right on target is Loknath on that occasion. I want to agree with you there. There's not been a lot of intent, positive intent, by the Berbice batters. Sometimes, we get confused with the word intent. It doesn't mean okay, look to score a plethora of boundaries. Simply rotating the strike, play risk-free cricket, getting the ball into the gaps and run hard.
Outside edge. Down towards third man. Perez is after it. They're going to come back for two. I think Dexter the ground, the sward here at Bourda, has been just a little bit heavy, especially on the outskirts, especially on the eastern side of the ground. Not getting it as flat as we know. Mecca of cricket and the billiard table of the Caribbean.
It's a nice shot there by Demerara, getting two on that occasion. I think this is the right approach by Demerara. He's looked positive, he's looked aggressive since he came to the crease, and I think he needs to try to get as many runs as he can with 8 wickets down. You don't want to just bat that balls and then suddenly you lose 2 wickets and you barely get 120 out on the board. So I think this is the right approach from him.
Forward, extra cover short. Bailey, who's pretty top heavy, going down on the carpet and saving what could have resulted in 2 runs. So good save there. This is down the leg side. I don't know whether he got a nick on it, but it's going to come close towards the boundary. I mentioned to you that the outfield is just a little bit heavy in the normal times, and that's before your time, Dexter. That's the end of what? Is it the end of the over? Yes. 108, but that's before your time. As soon as you nick it at Bourda, it's gone for 4. And still you had world class. Look, I think that's one. Who's this? I'm trying to recognize him. Matthew Kissoon. He looked like Roger Harper for a while. And then I realized he can't be Roger Harper. I've never seen a protruding Tommy from Roger Harper. That's the first thing. That's our pastor, co-commentator. And still you had fielders who could have accounted for themselves, Roger Harper being one. I had the fortunate experience of seeing Harun Rashid out of Pakistan, one of the greatest fielders I've seen. Many great Gus Logie from the Caribbean as well.
Yeah. And as we see a bowling change, Demerara comes back into the attack. So him now bringing back one of his main destroyer. So clearly he's looking to end this Berbice innings. Berbice looking to get as many runs as they can. Nicely bowled, finding the outside edge. This now went to hand. Demerara has certainly bowled well. He's bowled with control. He's bowled at the right pace, and he's been impressive.
But it's not a prolific turn of the wicket. The batsmen have refused to use their feet, and I'm glad to see a solitary slip has been placed there. This is good, but more pressure. Forward short leg, Dexter, or perhaps silly point. Just let the batsman mind be under pressure.
I think they're quite content in starving the batsmen and allowing them to make the mistake, which they have done a number of the Berbice batters. You just want to think that when you're on top, you want to be a bit more aggressive.
That's a big one. Yeah, that's going to carry. Yes, it does. Just in front of the steps of the GCC pavilion. He picked that up from the sweet spot. Have a look at it.
That's a pretty good shot there by Caesar. I spoke about him maybe going up the order, in this Berbice lineup, because he's predominantly opening batter. And he looked really good in the first game, as I would have said, and he continues to impress here today.
And he's playing with a lot of confidence, and I'm glad to see the bravery. For one flashing moment, I remembered Julius Caesar. And Caesar's famous quote in that book is turned away. Single, easy single here to Caesar. That cowards die many times before their death. The valiant never taste of death but once. So let's see the fear diminished with Tumani Caesar. He's been displaying the attitude and aptitude to want to bat, and he looks very confident.
Yeah, that's really good cricket by him. He recognizes the last ball of the over, and obviously now the water break being taken. So when play resumes, he'll be on strike, and I think he needs to be a bit more positive, as he's shown. Just try to get a few more runs for his Berbice side, just to give the bowler something to bowl at. 118 is not gonna challenge this formidable Demerara batting lineup.
So the players are going to have a little bit of refreshment. Our cameras will be streaming on what's happening down at the field. So we'll have a little bit of refreshment in the commentary box as well. Well, welcome back to Bourda with your live commentaries. Devon Lord, I think that looks like Ali Mohammed, who's being reintroduced from the far end. Your thoughts on easing the spin, Dexter, and coming back with your medium pieces?
Good move. He bowled well up front, picked up a couple of wickets. He bowled a few sharp balls. He was aggressive. He's not the quickest, but it's intent, and he goes about his work in a positive manner. Obviously, the two batter, we want to call them tail enders. Maybe he can rough them up a bit.
But again, Ali Mohammed has been getting the ball to lift appreciably. That was evident when he in his earlier stint. But up to now, there is no slip, no one up for any catching, any ball flashing off the bat, for example. Sliced away towards third man. They'll be content with just a single.
Yeah, there's two fielder placed on the onside behind square, which give us the indication that he's going to look to bowl a few short ball. I think it's a good tactic. I think last year Captain Imlak applied the same tactic when they were defending a pretty small total, and it proved successful.
Well, you would understand that. If you're defending a small total, you can't be aggressive at the same time. But a solitary slip wouldn't kill here, in my opinion. Could be wrong. Missing the outside edge there.
He does have a man, a short cover, in a catching position. So his tactics are interesting here. But he's done a good job with his captaincy thus far.
You live next to him or something?
Yeah.
No, but he's an ambitious, good little cricketer, competent wicketkeeper, has been selected on the senior side as well, and so he can give an account for himself. What I'm hoping for here is that he develop by rubbing shoulders with the more senior people and senior captains of the Caribbean, their respective territories, and from that, some of that talent to rub off in your psyche.
Nicely bowled by Ali Mohammed. He's been a bit wayward at times, but if he can take these two remaining wickets, it's been a job well done for his side.
Well, bring it up to the batsman, because you've got this short mid-wicket, short extra cover, as you mentioned, and to let them go for the drive or give him an inviting situation where the covers are wide open and let you go for the drive, and hopefully you get the outside edge in doing that. But Ali Mohammed has gotten the ball to lift appreciably. There you go. So just a little more up and outside the line of the off stump, quite possibly the outside edge could be had. End of the over. Interesting over. Some of the balls went down the leg side nevertheless. But at the end of 33, 119 for 8.
As we see the Berbice batting card, just Junior Sinclair, the substantial score. He batted well for his 37. And Ramsamy, he was patient until he got dismissed. Pestano gotten a start, wasn't able to carry on.
So the bowlers there, you've seen the Devon Lord dominating 3-4-27. But Ashmead Ned, Dexter, sent down his overs for just 9 runs. Very, very good bowling. Tight stuff.
Since you mentioned his name, he's being reintroduced into the bowling attack. And I think this is a good move by the skipper of the home side.
Well, I'm seeing a slip for Ashmead Ned and for Tumani Caesar. So some kind of pressure being put on the batsman. That's good. The use of the bowlers, I think, have been very good from Tevin Imlak. He's not been sticking to a bowler. The reintroduction of Ali Mohammed was interesting because the spinners were not getting their way in its entirety. So let's try something a little faster. Good thinking.
It is. I want to see what sort of approach Caesar takes. Nicely played. No run on that occasion. You know, he has played well. It's going to be a different challenge facing up to net.
And this is another opportunity for people like Tevin Imlach, who has a bounding talent to come good and score runs. Now run out in the offside. Big players for the future seize opportunities offered to them. I recall the Laras, the Hoopers, the Chandapals, when they get an opportunity playing their equals, it's massacre.
Nicely played down the ground for one from Caesar, who continue to impress. You know, the batting in the tournament thus far, you know, has been a concern. We've not yet seen a score in excess of 220. And to think that these batters, the national team will select batters from this competition to represent us at the Regional Super 50 starting on the 29th. So they would definitely want to kick into gear to get some runs under their belt, to build some confidence in preparation for that tournament.
Well, from what I'm seeing, the bowlers are dominating. I like to see the early batsmen command their spaces, coming down the pitch, extraordinary cover drive, a straight drive. And that's the era I came from. I hardly see that these days. Dominating.
Yeah, these are the low hurdles, we call them. You know, so it's going to be tough for them. You know, the top order batter failed to do it. So it's going to be an even harder challenge for them. But it's not impossible. Caesar is a top order batter. Deodat has potential with the bat. So if they can just muster partnership, let's say another 20, 30 runs between them.
Well, there's good partnership here. Look at this sword, beautiful sight, pigeons. They seem to have been here at this ground for eternity. From all the years that I've visited here, I've always seen pigeons, maybe not the same ones. Don't know their lifespan, how long it is, but quite a picture. So we're going to have, who's going to bowl? Ali Mohammed will continue from the far end. I was just mentioning the seizing of opportunities. People like Kevlon Anderson's Kevin Sinclair, who did not have quite a nice CPL tournament, would make amends. You're playing with your peers, get scores here. And I mean, anyone like Jonathan Fu can get out to a good delivery. That's okay. But it's to get out with indiscretions. As far as your head is concerned, when you're batting, you expect the top order batsman to look good and quite possibly also to do good. Forward Tamani Caesar. He's not looked in any way ruffled by any bowling. And what that tells you, Dexter, is the pitch is quite okay to bat on. It's quite okay. Tamani Caesar, at this stage of the game, batting so low, is able to show you that once he's batting with a lot of confidence, which means that the pitch is not a devilish pitch.
You mentioned the word confidence. You know, you made mention of, you know, players when they come down to a level. It's nicely played, look compact. You mentioned about players when they come down from a level, you know, they're expected to dominate. But how is it that you're able to do that? Or how is it you go about when you're not so high on confidence?
I always say, when I'm looking at a cricket match, the first 4 batsmen, if they can't eat bowling up, and I don't mean in every single innings. Quick single, direct hit is there, an appeal. Apparently he was in. Quick single, and it's good to know that they're challenging quick, smart singles. There you go.
That's pretty good cricket there. Nicely judged single. So he's not allowing the bowlers to just bowl at him. He's been positive, he's been aggressive, and he's looked to score. So too has that. So it's a nice little partnership between them. They just need to extend it probably to the 40th overs and then reassess the situation from there. And if these two come back till the 40th, 45 over, it will give Berbice a platform.
Another quick single. Now that is what I was talking about in the initial stages of the Berbice innings. You found yourself 1 for 4, 2 for 7, 3 for 16. At that stage, it's just squeezing balls, getting singles, converting to twos. I'm seeing this pair. They are doing that now. By the way, this pair, they've put on 23 runs. The last wicket falling at 99. That of Pestano.
Yeah, it's a nice little partnership for Berbice. I know they've done it with minimal risk. They've played sensible cricket. They've put the ball into the gaps. They run hard. And that is simply what was needed by the top order, just to lay a platform for the batters to come in the middle. Some of them played reckless shots. They weren't, apart from Jonathan Fu, receive a beauty or a jaffa like we would say in cricketing terms.
Yeah, they're making the batting look simple, no doubt. And they're making it look simple because batting out there, as far as I'm concerned, it's not a devilish pitch, so batting has been quite easy. It was a bit of application, and the unfortunate thing about the batting of Berbice is the batsman that got out to injudicious shots. End of 35, 123 for 8. Indrajit Prasad will join you, Dexter, and in a while we'll be back together. Switch off.
So my good friend Indrajit, a nice little partnership brewing between Deodat and Caesar, one that was desperately needed by Berbice. Demerara trying desperately now to break this partnership. The captain ringing the changes. But I've been impressed with this pair and how they've gone about their batting in this innings.
Yes, and they are playing smart cricket. I do agree with you. Hello, everyone, once again. And that's the reason why it's 123 for the loss of 8. I think they were 99 when the last wicket fell. So far, so good. Caesar, he looks quality. 21 from 44. Nigel Deodat, the man from Blairmont, looks good as well for his 10. Now, this is good cricket. You see how Caesar is playing there? He's not deep inside the crease to the left arm spinner. And he's stretching forward. He's keeping his eyes. Good balance at the wicket. He's not falling over. And he's reading it off the pitch beautifully.
Nicely played again. Ahmedned continues to impress. He's not picked up a wicket, but he's been miserly.
Yes, and I've been past a phone looking at the screen here. I'll read out what happened. West Indies against Sri Lanka. Second T20 match. Sri Lanka posted 162 for the loss of 5. West Indies 12.5 over 60. I don't want to call it. 60 for the loss of 8. And you look at that scorecard, not looking good at all. If you're a Lotto fan, don't play these numbers. Brandon King 5, Evan Lewis 7, Andre Fletcher 4, Ruston Chase didn't score, Shorefane Rutherford 14, Gudakesh Moti 4, Rovman Powell 13, Romario Shepard 1, Shamar Springer 7, Alzari Joseph 1, 5 extra, 61 for 8, 13 overs gone there. So that's a struggle. And unless a miracle happens, Cricket West Indies is going to lose that one after a brilliant performance in the first T20 there. Thank you very much, Josh.
Seems as though they've decided that they want to play for it all in the final match of the series.
Now,
Yeah.
here's the question. As the over comes to an end, 123 for the loss of 8, 36 overs gone. If Tomani Caesar can play with this level-headedness out in the middle, along with Nigel Deodat, why is it, that our top order did not play with that same kind of alertness and smart cricket? It begs the question. And that is something that we must improve on. You can have all the talent in the world. Talent alone is not going to get you anywhere. You must be able to have something good alongside your name in the scorebook. That is what counts. Devon Lord, 3 for 27, 7 overs. Those are brilliance from him.
I'll point out something to you. We mentioned about batters at this level or inter-county level, their inability to play spin. In the match that is currently being played between West Indies and Sri Lanka, all 8 wickets to have fallen to spin.
Another one is going to fall here to spin as well. Devon Lord gets his 4th, 4 for 27, and Nigel Deodat has to go. Battled away there, having faced 22 deliveries. 123 now for the loss of 9 wickets. Yes, you were making the point.
Yes, all 8 of the wickets that have fallen for the West Indies have fallen to spin. And it just goes to show how much of an importance it is at this level for our batters to really up the game against spin. Because if you can't do it at this level, it's going to be even tougher going to the highest level to try to do it with success.
Yes, it has happened. And like so many departments of the game that we have faltered over the years, maybe since 1988, coming down the line. And a few other things, are raising their ugly heads in the last couple of years. These are things that we must work on. Let me just remind our viewers and our listeners, Berbice won the toss this morning and decided to bat. They're 123 for 9. We're in over number 37. Lots of cricket across Guyana this weekend. Of course, we're going to have the inter-county final played on Saturday. West Berbice area, we have some grudge matches coming up there. I understand there's a team coming up all the way from quarantine. Goes under the name Champ 11. They'll be playing D. Edwards. Good to see D. Edwards. Their ground looking good. They're playing lots of cricket there. Blairmont, they have their Muslim Youth Fest. That comes up this Sunday. I'm going to be there as well. There is a variety of sports. They'll be having tape ball cricket too. So congratulations to the guys down there. Cricket at Bushlot, and I guess in the city here, lots of cricket. In Essequibo, lots of cricket too. I want to say hello to all the cricket boards around Guyana, especially the county boards, Essequibo, Berbice, Demerara. Dr. Cecil Bihari of Berbice, he is the president there. Mr. Dalip Singh of Essequibo. All these guys are pooling their knowledge, just trying to improve the game. Demerara Cricket Board, their president as well, Mr. Barose. And of course, president of the Guyana Cricket Board, Mr. Bisun Dial Singh. As all resources poured across Guyana, it can only augurs well for the development of the sports. Good delivery, nicely tossed up.
Devon Lord has been mightily impressive He's picked up 4 wickets for just the 27 runs. He's into his 8th over. But I tell you what, his control, the pace at which he bowled at has been impressive.
Very impressive, and his name has made the news in Demerara. He has picked up a lot of cricket. I saw him in the ACS tour of Guyana. That was their summer tour. He did an excellent job. Even in the fall tour, ACS came down here to view CPL, played a few matches. Lord was among the wicket. That could have been a little bit dangerous, trying to stop a ball with your foot. Sometimes it cannon into the heels can cause some damage there.
Yeah, no harm done on occasion, so he'll be happy. Lord on the verge of a wicket maiden over. It's up against Isaac Thorne, who's playing his 4th game in the competition.
Yeah, and got some lift and spin on the ball as well. Another over has been completed, 37 gone, 123 for the loss of 9.
So Berbice on the verge of being bowled out. Caesar's still there, who's looked good. He's playing the situation nicely. But I think he needs to shift gear here now. He needs to try to score as much runs as he can.
Well, he's going to be between a rock and a hard place. The last pair of the wicket. You're the set batter out there, 21 for 50. I agree. You want to take too many risks. You want to bat out the 50 overs. Maybe you'll take extra risks, maybe in the last 2 overs or so on. But here, you want to ensure you get most of the strike. You manipulate what is happening out in the middle. Isaac Thorne, not a bad batter, not a rabbit with the bat. We have seen him play some good innings too. But when you come down to the last pair, you want your established batter on your right to take most of the strike.
It's not going to be easy, The Demerara bowlers have bowled well, and some of the more accomplished batters haven't been able to take them to the cleaners. So you mentioned, being the last pair, Caesar being the recognized batter of the 2. And it's going to be a challenge for him. So he needs to work out in his head how he's going to go about trying to get some runs as well as bat as many of these overs as he can.
And he looked very, very good out in the middle. He understands his qualities. He's been playing every ball on its merit, and I like his approach to the spin bowling. Well, got some edge onto that one. We could have heard that one click on. Coming out to reach the spinner there and looking to turn it through the forward square region. Got a thick inside edge onto the pad. Maybe that is what saved him. The ball was pitched in line.
Ashton met bowling with a slip. He has 6 fielders inside the inner circle. So that tells you he's looking to strangle the batter. Not trying to give them easy single so they can push the ball into gaps and just run and score easily.
And that's good awareness by the Demerara team. They know that Caesar, he'll be looking to pick the gaps. They want to close those opportunity. Good looking drive. Coming out, greeting, smothering the spin and playing it away down to Matthew Nandu down at extra cover. Can't score. So we have had 4 deliveries left. Will he be looking to play with soft hand and get the single now? That's a good delivery, right on target. Should be thinking here, Caesar, I want the strike. Will there be a change in the field? Yes. Matthew Nandu is coming a little bit closer down at extra cover. The D backward square has been pulled in. So they're looking to plug the gaps. Long off comes in as well. Caesar is coming forward. Brilliantly bowled by Ashmead Ned to end his 10 overs. None for 10. Just 2 runs a wicket. Despite not picking up a wicket, he created enough pressure whenever he's bowling for the others at the different end to pick the wickets up.
Absolutely. And this is what you call, bowling in partnerships. Just the same way you bat in partnership. It's the same when you're bowling. He's bowled pretty well, as we can see. Ashmead Ned bowling is 10 overs for just 10 runs with 53 dot ball. Just think about that. 53 dot ball out of 60 balls that he would have bowled. That's exceptional.
Exceptional. And I think our batters contributed to that as well. So Isaiah Turn will have to battle here with Devon Lord. 4 for 27 for 8. A wonderful performance by the left arm spinner.
Absolutely. He'll be looking for a fiver. I think this will be his fourth fiver at this level if he's to achieve it.
And no doubt he knows that. Isaac Turn, he's a tall boy. You'll expect him to stretch long forward. Pick the line of the ball first. That is essential.
Torney, he's a big boy. He's a strong boy. He loves to hit boundaries. But I think he just needs to spend some time and bat with Caesar. That will be the right approach. And when presented with an opportunity to score, you score. Like he would have done there. So, pretty good cricket, simple cricket by Torn on that occasion.
And getting the single as well. And this brings Tamani Caesar back in strike. So Devon Lord is going to come over the wicket now, the left arm spinner to the left-handed Tamani Caesar. Short extra cover goes a little bit towards his left. That's a good delivery, right on target. So the battle is good between these two.
Certainly, as well as Lard's bowl.
And look at this easy manner that Caesar is picking Devon Lord here. Realizing that was flighted. Just stretching long forward and defending with soft hands too. Not looking to hustle. Not staying cramped on the back foot. Nimble.
So another well bowled over by Lord. But I think he needs to give himself, just a bit of opportunity to pick up a fifer. Probably want to give the ball a bit of air, some flight, just to tempt Caesar into playing a foul shot. He has looked resolute in his defense.
Junior Sinclair battled for 37 from 42. Pestano 16 from 24. Lord 4 for 28 still has an over to bowl. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed 2 for 35. And Bernard Bailey 2 for 25. Those are the bowlers picking up the bulk of the wickets here today.
As we see another bowling change, Akshay Prasad back into the attack. So clearly, Demerara looking to pick up this final wicket to end the Berbice innings. They've played some good cricket. From the very first over, they've been switched on. Not the same for the Berbice team. Some of their batters playing some injudicial shots, giving the wicket away. And it continues pretty much throughout the innings.
Yes, and this is straight down the leg side there. Turn looking to play the paddle sweeper. Didn't make any contact whatsoever. That's a wide call by the umpire. So, Isaac Turn in this little humorous mood of him, just maybe saying to the umpire, should have given me another wide. And this time short, and he beats the short mid-off and will get the single and get Caesar back onto striker.
This is not temp for a second. Caesar not switch on that occasion. So it remains as 1. But I think if Caesar and Torn are to look to score some runs, it's likely going to be off of Prasad.
Well, Prasad 1 for 16. He has been economical. This is his 6th over in progress, over number 40 in the encounter after Berbice won the toss and decided they're going to have 4 strike. The projected score here 161. That's going to take a lot of batting from these two. Oh, this is a nice little tickle. Running away. It's not going to get close to the boundary, but it's going to go far enough for them to come back and complete two. Turn looking for a third. Where you going, boy? You've seen Tomani sees a back turn to you. You know, it's important that you be aware of your partner as well. What is he doing?
He wants strike. He wants to hit a few lusty blows. But I think that was the right decision there by Caesar. He needs to take strike. He needs to take command of this partnership. You know, as well as Passad has bowl. You know, he hits the lesser of all the bowlers used so far. So there is an opportunity for Caesar to score some runs. Yeah, nicely played, nicely bowled. You know, this is an interesting period. You know, 9 wickets down. Eee.
Yeah, that's a good looking drive, but straight back up the pitch. Akshaya Passad feels well to his own bowling. He's a very, very good utility player. Tossed up, and this time nice wristy shot down towards long on for the single. Taking it as we come towards the end of the over of the fifth delivery rather. So just exposing Isaiah Turn to the one delivery here. I would like to see Akshaya Passad give this one generous flight and see what Isaiah Turn is going to do with it.
He needs not try anything silly. No, they've already gotten 5 runs off the over. So it's a productive over. He just needs to ensure he bats this ball and come not out.
And some fielding changes too. The covers come in, give him the luxury. Mid-wicket goes out towards the boundary. And that's a quicker delivery, clipping the off bail. And that's the end of the Berbice innings. Isaiah Turn comprehensively beaten and bowled by Akshaya Passad. Their innings folded on 129 Berbice. That was beautifully bowled.
That's a picture of a delivery. It hit, spun, hit the top of the off stump. That's what all coaches tell you. You know, whether you're a fast bowler, whether you're a spinner, you want to hit the top of off stump. And Passad on that occasion executing beautifully.
Yes. Ronaldo Ali Mohammed 2 for 35, Bailey 2 for 25, Lord 4 for 28, 2 for 19 Akshaya Passad. Those are the wicket takers. Generally, the bowling has been very, very economical for the Demerara senior inter-county team. Kudos to them. And the scorecard?
Yeah, Junior Sinclair, 37 from 42. You know, he looked really good. Played some lovely shots. But apart from him, none of the other batters really got going. You know, Clinton Pestano played well until, you know, he threw his wicket away basically. He tried to be too aggressive at stage where we should have been looking to just bat some more overs. And Tomani Caesar, you know, was impressive towards the back end of the innings. You know, he still remained not out on 24. Well played 24.
Yes, and the game at Luziknan you see on your screen is Cable 164 for 9 from 44 overs. Savory 51, good to see him among the runs again. Kevin Bodie 26, Ricardo Adams 24. Chulai 3 for 45 from 8, good decent spinner. Jonathan Rampasad 2 for 41 from his 10, and Aryan Passad 2 for 32. So we have updated you on every scenario of the game. We're going to take a break here in the commentary box, and as soon as Demerara begins their reply, we're going to be right back on FL Sports.
So welcome back to GCC Ground Bourda. Welcome back to Guyana Cricket Board Senior to County 50 over round 2 match. Demerara against Berbice. Berbice winning the toss this morning in brilliant conditions for cricket. And after 40 overs, they're back in the pavilion, all out for 129. It means Demerara looking for the second consecutive win. They look to get 130 from their allotment of 50 overs. So Raymond Perez and Tejnarayan Chandapal, the openers for Demerara. The right-left hand combination. Raymond Perez played first-class cricket this season, but earlier this year. Junior Sinclair from the southern end, the Regent Road end, like it used to be called back in the days. John Ramsing here alongside Naim Chan. Naim, 129 all out. Berbice winning the toss and batting. Not a type of score that they were looking for after winning the toss in good conditions.
Exactly, and not only good weather conditions, but good conditions of the pitch. I don't think that the pitch was in any way displaying any devilish attitude. But Sinclair will start the attack. Let's have a closer look now as the two opening batsmen. Perez will take strike, which is pretty strange. I thought the senior batsman would have taken strike, but he's at the non-striker's end. So 129, John, not formidable. Still at the same time, the Berbicians have got a relatively good bowling attack. You don't want to, from a Demerara perspective, you don't want to lose wickets very early as well.
Falling short of the captain on that short mid-wicket. So Junior Sinclair starting. Do remember in the 50 overs game, they played with 2 new balls. So Sinclair started with one of the new balls from the southern end. What do you make of that?
But that seems to be the fashion, if I can use that word, fashion.
Stephen Jacobs doing it for big appeal.
This is close.
Given! Naim, you put on your umpire cap and you said it was close from the time the appeal went up. I would love to have a second look. The first look for me gives the impression of hitting outside the off stump, but let's have a look.
And it is leaving the ball alone that would encourage the leaving the ball.
Yeah, not playing a shot, but look at where he was struck. So Raymond Perez dismissed, given out in the opening over. So you can see the run chase now started in a very bad or dismal fashion for Demerara. Just 130 they need.
Not to lose early wickets. There seem to be discussions flying around that quite possibly was a decision that was a bit unfair to to the Perez. But in the umpire's mind, I know he seemed to have been struck outside the line of the off stump, just outside. But that's not what the doctor ordered. Tevin Imlach is in, the captain. And I was saying, John, earlier, that it is opportunities like these, now that Tevin Imlach is in the big league, that he should use these opportunities when you're playing with your peers and to devastate or dominate the bowling. And I'd like to see Tevin Imlach do that and accumulate more credibility in his young career.
He's off the mark immediately. Nice, stylish batsman he is, Tevin Imlach. Plays for the Demerara Cricket Club. He's part of the West Indies on the 19 side that won the championship back in 2016. Played a big role in West Indies winning that championship, actually. He's actually been travelling around with the West Indies Test side for a number of series. Yet to break into that 11. You can see he's on the study to Joshua De Silva.
The thing is, if you're understudying someone like Brian Lara or Sachin Tendulkar, you feel good about sitting on the bench. Mediocrity is such the order of the day in, especially in West Indies cricket, that you have to sit down to someone you might be equal to. I remember Brian Lara would have toured so many tours sitting on the bench, but there were greats like Vivian Richards, Gordon Greenidge, the whole lot of them.
End of the first over in the run chase. Demerara 1 for 1.
So bad start here from a Demerara perspective. But I know that Tej Narain, as well as Tevin Imlach, they're not only very compact and solid batsmen, but I think they're pretty intelligent as well. Something that I saw lacking in the Berbice approach when they were batting first.
It's lunchtime here, Naim, so the Birds are having a feast on the field. Just in front of where that landscape stand used to be. Second time in the tournament that Perez went without scoring. Chandler in the last game right here at Bourda. Finished on 102, not out. Imlach at number 3 got 29, but from 73 deliveries. Spent a lot of time at the crease as Demerara piled up 258 for 9 from their 50 overs. So this pair as well, very important for Demerara.
And very important also for Tevin Imlach, as I mentioned before. He's got to be able to dominate his peers.
Pestano starts with a wide. A belated call from umpire Shannon Crawford, much to the surprise of everyone on the field and even some in the com box. Pretty close indeed. Pestano looking to extract some of the pace here, especially with this new ball from the North Road end, the old media center end, which was built around 1998 time, Naim.
Yes, I remember when that was constructed. Ali Mohammed was able to get a lot of lift off of this pitch. Turned away there by Tevin Imlach. That should go. No. Nice bit of work there from Isaiah Turn. Nice shot. He rolled the wrist. Have a look at it on the replay. Just rolled the wrist, kept it down. He knows, and that is what I meant by intelligent batting. He knows that the man is down on the long leg boundary and just rolled the wrist, kept it along the ground.
Over at Lusignan, Esquibel 169. They're up against the Select 11. Esquibel batting first, 169. That's what they got. 45.2 overs, they're bowled out, 169.
I thought that they're playing good cricket, no doubt about it, Essequibo. And I thought that they should have gotten a little bigger score. Appeal and given out. And given out.
Just recently we saw Tevin Imlach playing against a side and given out leg before. He was trapped on the crease. Look at this one from Pestano. Pitched up nicely. Looks pretty good there, Naim.
It looks good. The batsman, Tevin Imlach, seems very, very surprised and disappointed. I don't know about the height of the ball. The umpire is in position, the best position, so to speak. So Tevin Imlach has to go. And all of a sudden, things are looking up for Berbice. The Demerara side, they've got a pretty long batting lineup as well.
Like I said, this is the game at Lusignan. Esquibo batting first, 169 all out. Savory 51, Bodie 26, Ricardo Adams 24. Left arm spinner Chulai 3 for 45. Good to see him among the wickets. The reply has just started as well for the Select 11. Esquibo looking for the second win. Tevin Imlach, look at it again. Only height might have been the issue with this new ball. Definitely look as if he's going to go on to hit that leg stump. From this vantage point, we do not know if bat was involved either. Don't seem so because I heard one sound. Boop. When it hit the pad. Pestano looks determined for success. I love the new look of him.
He's a very strong young man and highly animated. Reminds me a little bit of the brothers from Essequibo, Samson. kind of a raw talent, strong, highly animated, highly energized. Nice to see that when you're looking at youngsters playing cricket. And there you go. I'm seeing here 2 slips employed by the captain. And that's good. Like Ali Mohammed, I was emphasizing, was getting the ball to lift appreciably, and there were no slips employed. Struck on the pad. Well, the Berbicians probably think too. That seemed outside the line of the leg stump. Probably seemed to believe that let's just appeal, we'll get anything from the umpire. That
New batsman Machu Nandu. I agree with you on that occasion. Seems as if pitching just outside the line of the leg stump. Umpire Shannon Crawford. Lots of experience from the fireman. Like I said, Pestana looks trim, looks fit. Had a knee issue a couple of seasons ago, both knees in fact. Steered away. That is Machu Nandu using the pace of the bowler. He's going to get off the mark. Not making it easy at all for these batters. Pestano.
well, this is the product. I don't like to say the word byproduct, but product of one of the most stubborn batsmen the planet has ever seen. And so he's got a kind of similar personality. He's very solid in his defense. That's Tejan. But he just started off so beautifully in Australia and then just tapered off a little bit and has since lost his place in the West Indies side. But there's always scope for this, especially in the longer version of the game, given the statistics and what we're seeing nowadays. More pressure here on Tejan Chandapal. 3 slips in.
Good hostile over from Clinton Pestano. After 2 overs, Demerara looking for 130. They're 5 for 2.
The Berbicians have got some good bowling as well. They've got Pamal, Kevin Sinclair yet to come. And so Isaiah Fern, our star young West Indian cricketer, on the 19 World Cup, to his credit.
Nice build-up of spectators in the main pavilion here at GCC Bourda. Some members in the back. And some visitors as well in the front. This is going to be a good test for Machu Nandu, with Junior Sinclair operating round the wicket now. The off spinner to the left-handed Nandu. You mentioned Shivnarayan Chandapal. Shivnarayan favorite is Shiv Chandapal. He likes the temperament, and he patterned himself off of Shiv Chandapal as well.
But what I like about the captaincy here, you have a team that's struggling, and I'm talking about the Berbice side, fighting the Demerara opposition, and you have them struggling.
This is good for Nandu, trying to get bat on ball as much as practical. Chasing a wide one previously, but he's backing himself the first game. A bit of drift there from Junior Sinclair. Sinclair also opened the batting this morning for Berbice. Got some runs. Canada, but stays in Guyana pretty much maybe 9 out of 12 months. Flicked away. That was quick. Pulling up here, 7 for 2.
Well, that ball went into a big, wide, open gap. I would have liked to see, and I know that Tejan is pretty quick between the wickets, I would have liked to see a challenge coming close to 3 runs, because that's what you need when your side is in trouble. I did not see much of that when the Berbicians were batting, And we were emphasizing so much about squeezing the ball into gaps and converting ones and twos. And in a while, you'll be surprised to know that you're struggling out of trouble. So you've got to be prepared in limited over cricket, more so in T20 cricket, to steal every opportunity. Because in T20s, for example, it's one run that makes the difference sometimes.
Chanderpaul's yet to get off the mark. To receive from Pestano. Dogged.
And the conditions are ripe for people like Tej Ryan because of his temperament. And the 50 over version, as I mentioned, gives you wiggling room, so to speak. So you can take your time, pick the ones and the twos and the gaps and the bad balls, and recover from any kind of trouble that you're in. He's got that kind of temperament.
That 102 was in the last game against the Select 11 right here. Strike rate of about 73 or thereabouts in that innings. Commanding century it was. And that's what you were speaking of earlier, when someone like a Tevin Imlach, with all of the experience gathered over the years, coming back here now to this level, you want to see him dominating, much like what Chanderpaul is doing. 100 in the first game, has an opportunity again for a score. Yet to get off the mark, but 130 is the target. See it home, come not out.
And I can't say it enough. It sounds like regurgitation. But when the Laras and the Hoopers and the Chanderpauls were playing, on the 19 level, their peers could not get them out easily. You got to be a lucky star you might get them out after they score 100. And that's when they're playing in the level of with their own peers. They dominate. They dominate outside teams. Chanderpaul did that in particular on the 19. And so you're displaying that you're a slice above the rest. So when this game started today, I expected better from Kevlin Anderson, Kevin Sinclair, all getting out to injudicious shots on a pitch that was even in bounds and no venomous turn or anything. So look at that. And that's what was short in the first, when Berbice were batting. Most of the 40 overs they batted, there were absolutely no slip, no one in for catches.
And then look at what Pestano is doing, bowling to his field. Captain has given him the license. The bowler side is off the off stump of the batters. 3 slips, backward point is also mad, just forward of point. And of course extra cover in the captain, bordering on a mid-off. So good protection as well. There is a plan, you can see, a concerted plan for Pestano and Berbice outside line of the off stump of these batters.
Well, that man Pamal down at mid-off is very, very experienced. Very experienced. Inside edge. He was looking to square it up there, John. And he was not in position. And it was actually close to being a Yorker. He took the inside edge. Good ball. Good bowling here from Clinton Pestano. End of 4, 7 for 2.
It's a pity we don't have the speed gun here at Bourda. Love to see what the clock looks like as Pestano is bowling. But what looks good here is the Botanical Gardens not far from where we are. And those floodlights you're seeing in the foreground there, that of the Georgetown Football Club. Look at what happened when Berbice batted. 37 from Junior Sinclair, 24 from Tomani Caesar, who looked good towards the back end of the innings. Not a lot to write home about. Pestano 16, Ramsamy 13. 19 extras, however. So 129 all outs in 40 overs. Not the type of season Berbice will be pleased with. Remember, they lost their opening encounter over at Pomona on the Essequibo coast.
For those outside of Guyana, you look at these trees, you know about the rich biodiversity of our country, part of the Amazon. So Nandu will take strike. Nice battle.
Berbice realized that in order for them to win this game, they must bowl out Demerara. And they've already picked up 2 wickets. The openers, well, one of the openers gone. And the experienced Devon Imlach as well. So they're going to peg away. They will not give Demerara the opportunity to score easily. They want to keep things tight, create pressure, and ask these batters to look at more attacking field now. 2 fielders right in the eyesight of the batter.
Yes, it's a nice battle out there. And leadership would help a lot here. And I'm seeing good leadership. There's no doubt. If you notice, I'll just come back to the point in a while. The batsmen have actually gone into check. They have actually gone in with within their wings. No aggression being displayed, and that's what the captain is seeing, the fielding captain. And he's getting on their throat. Up in the air, that was uppish. They'll pick up a couple of runs here, but absolutely not a convincing shot. Nandu was back and slicing just past the outstretched right hand there. Look at that.
That's because the extra bounce from Junior Sinclair and this track here with this new ball. So not in total control, but it was in the gap for Nandu. And a heavy outfield here, especially in that side, the longest part of the Bourda sward. But Nandu looking to be positive, looking to really play the ball on its merit. That ball was down the leg side, looking to lap it for some runs. Not a bad ploy at all.
Well, he's got a big gap. There's no fine leg, no long leg. There's a man almost square off the wicket on the leg side. Just a backward square. Good ball, good bowling, good cricket here. And the Berbicians are fighting their way back. End of over number 5, 10 for the loss of 2. So they need 120 runs from 270 balls. So the picture painted there by that score, look at the required run rate, just 2.67. So you have a lot of overs. That's not the question at the moment. The question is if the Demerarians would be able to stay there, occupy, and just tick around. This doesn't call for any exuberant or explosive batting from the Demerara side. It's just about staying. Now, it's a good battle because you've got the likes of Kevin Sinclair, you've got Pomal. I'm a little surprised Dexter George has joined me, and I'd like to hear you on that. I am not sure whether Isaiah Thorne will be able to handle things when it gets a little tight and these batsmen are settled. I'm thinking that perhaps 1 or 2 overs initially to see how he goes. But yes, they have not used him as yet.
Chandrapal off the mark. It's been a fantastic start by Berbice. Them were in early trouble. But I tell you what, this situation is tailor-made for someone like Chandrapal and Nandu. Similar in stature, similar batting style. Oh, nicely played. You know, they both like to spend time at the crease. And when you're chasing just 130 runs, you know, despite losing 2 early wickets, you just need to spend a bit of time at the crease and it will get easy.
Nice calculated single. calculated shot as well. And you put it in the words. I wish I could have done that from the beginning. I was saying they have the conditions and the circumstances suit their temperament. But I like how you described it. They're tailored for like this. They can occupy, they're intelligent batsmen. So good battle here in the making.
Absolutely. Berbice already making a change from the northern end. Pestano bowling just the 2 over. Kevin Sinclair into the attack. Now both these batters, they're both left-hander. So we could see 2 off-spinner in tandem for a few overs.
But would you have gone for Thorne maybe instead of Pestano starting? I mean, Pestano ended up bowling well. Thorne, with his kind of inexperience because of his age group, this couple of runs here, this might even crawl close towards the boundary, and the batsmen have gone for 2 successfully.
Stricky picking up 2 there. Overcomes the end. But to answer your question, I would have probably gone 1 more with Pestano. He bowled well the first game. He picked up early wickets. He's already taken the wicket of Tevin Imlach. So I would have probably given him 1 more.
Yeah, but that wasn't the question. The question was whether you would have afforded Thorne to open the bowling, because I don't know how much you can rely on him with that pace coming down at the back end. Would you have wanted to actually open with him, see how he's bowling? If he's going good, you let him go. I don't think that he would be such a good used ball bowler.
That's a nice shot. Finding the gap. 2 more to the total. So Nandu looking good. He's scoring whenever an opportunity presents itself to score. Yeah, but I get what you're trying to say. But it's a bit of a dodgy situation because they would open with Sinclair in the first game as well. And I think they obviously know that in this Demerara batting lineup, there are quite a few left-handers. So they're probably playing the matchup. It's a tactical decision in my view. So I think, in my view, they're doing the right thing by bringing Thorne on a bit later in the innings. We know he's lively, but he can be a bit wayward with the new ball at times too. So I think all of those things they would have probably taken into consideration. Hence, they started with Junior Sinclair.
And then you'll bring Thorne on later when the sheen is off and he can't use it for real pace. That's what I think he's specializing in. Not a great swing of the ball. He's pure pace. Would you risk him later on? I don't think so. When the sheen is off and Chandapal is settled and Nandu. Is that a catch just over the head of the man down at mid-off? Pretty chancy there, but it was intentional, but I don't think he executed it the way he had calculated to do it. It was just outside of the hand reach of the man down at mid-off.
Yeah, it was a brave shot as well. Both mid-on and mid-off in the circle. So Chanjapal pounced on an opportunity to score some runs. He just needed to get it over the field at the mid-off, and he did so. Luckily, I must say. But just to go back to Thorne, even if he does come on a bit later in the innings, bear in mind we're using 2 new balls, so the ball won't be that old that you'd want to think. So there should be enough for the faster bowler like Thorne, and maybe they could probably try and use him in quick short spells.
Or when the other new ball is taken. So that answers the question. I was just bothered that he may not be the old ball bowler.
Nicely played by Chanjapal. Tell you what, this is a good contest between Junior Sinclair and Chanjapal. Chanjapal looking to score, looking to be aggressive. Sinclair, who's been impressive in this tournament thus far.
But I think this is about thinking in Chandapal's mind. Hey, youngster, I played the best in the world. Mitchell, Stark and company, and I scored. You come bowl your stuff to me. And that's what I want to see. When I watch cricket, I want to see my number 1 to 4, even number 5 batsman being capable of devouring, obliterating any world-class bowler. If you can't do that, you're not my star. You're just another batsman. And Chandapal is stamping his authority.
Absolutely, and that was a lovely shot. Over extra cover, all the way for 6. You know. He scored 100 in the first round. And what impressed me the most about that 100 was his strike rate. It was close to 75. And in this Demerara team, they do have a few guys, you know, who can hit boundaries at will. So that allows the likes of the Chanjapal and Nandu to play their game and to give themselves some time to set up the innings to the other batters to follow. And having lost 2 early wickets, this situation, again, it's what they would have won. They would relish this opportunity.
I wouldn't like to call that an outside edge. I think it was deliberate, but not an impressive shot there from Nandu. There's a man at slip, and I think there was one at gully as well.
It was very well bowled by Kevin Sinclair. You know, that one seemed to bounce a bit on Nandu. And this is what Sinclair does. You know, he's not a big turner of the ball, but he does get a lot of bounce.
And I like to see how he uses the faster delivery. That's his key. He can be deceptive. And he's a talented youngster. Just I was absolutely unimpressed with his approach, not only in this game, but in contemporary times.
As we've seen another slip being employed by Pormal. So clearly on the attack, looking for wickets. Off spinner to the left-hander batter. Certainly favor this matchup.
Well, that's good captaincy. You cannot have these men with their backs against the wall, and you're giving them the liberty of no slip, no one in for the catch, and it's just about having their minds under pressure. So you have to hit out, and that's what Chandapal is doing. And in the process, they can induce a mistake. I mean, they can't apply this strategy for a long time because of the small score they're defending. But even for short spurts, you must keep them under some pressure.
Another good looking shot by Chanjapal. I'll tell you what, if I was Sinclair, I would not be too disappointed, because seeing Chanjapal trying to play some shots, it's not naturally his game, so that can present an opportunity to get a wicket.
Precisely. And that's why I like the temperament of Chandapal. I'm under aggression from the fielders. I'm being choked. They're attempting to take breath out of my thinking. I'm going to go over the top, and then you dismantle all these fielders and pick the gaps. Look at that. I think it was so calculated. In behind, turned around, backward square, very far down, easy single. Good over for the Demerara side. 8 gone, 32 for 5.
Some smart cricket. Some smart cricket by Chanjapal. You know, what I love about this inning so far is that he's looked positive. He's looked to score. Every time he's given an opportunity to score, he's looked to capitalize on it. But I tell you what, if Berbice can go bang bang, pick up another wicket or two in the next couple of overs, it's going to make for a really interesting contest between these two sides.
And that's what making the match so interesting. Nice setup here. Let me just apologize for what I said earlier on 32 for 5. And but everybody has issues, you know. I didn't get my lunch in time, so yeah. But it's actually 32 for 5. Wanted to put 35 for 2. Again, and I'm looking at the box with food there. Oh lordy! Since this morning on television, I was misannouncing like a miscontest. Chandapal settles there, and that's how unruffled he is. In the middle of tension, I don't know, this could be a deliberate act where you keep the bowler standing and you fiddle with yourself. Now he knows, Dexter, that there's a short backward square, there's no fine leg, so anything between the wicket keeper and the short backward square, you can pick up 2-3 runs.
Absolutely. Sinclair needs to be a bit more tight in his line. You know, he has bowled well. His captain, he was being entrusted with the new ball. He's done fairly well. But I think what Berbice and his captain would love for him here is for him to pick up another wicket or 2.
That's exactly, they don't want him to drag down the leg side. Apart from a wide being called, Georgetown knows there is a big open gap. So it will be obvious they would want to just keep outside that line of the off stump.
This is really good cricket. Playing it out to the man at deep mid wicket, all along the ground. No risk. That brings Nandu on strike. It's interesting to see what sort of field Sinclair bowls to Nandu with. There we see a silly short leg being implied. That was not there for Chanchapal, so Pormal ringing the changes and trying to be on the aggressive side of things, trying to force a wicket.
And he's succeeding as far as putting the batsmen on the pressure, in particular Nandu. They're not succeeding with Tej. Tej is going over the top and scoring. So nice battle. And this is, I don't think Pormal would have the luxury to continue attacking like this for a long while. Once the score is building up, then he has to change strategy. He wouldn't be able to afford all these men up for catches and so on.
I can tell you one thing. If Tej continues to bat the way he's been batting thus far,
so nice, smart bit of fielding there. Nice return to the striker's end, hitting the stumps directly. But that's Zainul Ramsamy, the fielder at mid-off. But smart running back there. Yes, just coming back to the point you're making. I mentioned this earlier. These two batsmen, in particular Tej Narain, they're sober-headed and intelligent. And that's the difference with the Berbice batting lineup. With the approach shown by people like Kevlon Anderson and Kevin Sinclair. It was as though they didn't want to stay there.
nicely bowled, nicely played. I think what may have gotten to the Berbice batters when they batted, you come into Bourda, lovely pitch condition, generally known for good batting. They probably went a bit too hard in trying to get their team off to a good start, and in the process losing their wicket. I guess they were of the mindset that on this pitch is generally good for batting. I'm going to back myself, I'm going to be positive, I'm going to play a few shots.
Well, those shots that they got out with were more like circle tennis rather than cricketing shots. So that's like not an excuse. They were injudicious. It was top edge, head in the air, nothing covering up. Look at the difference here. Anything that went in the air was because Tejan wanted it to go in the air. It was all calculated. Now Isaiah Turn has been brought into the attack. Now this will be interesting, Dexter, because the sheen has come off a little bit. It'll be interesting to see how he handles these batsmen who are practically pretty settled.
It's going to be interesting to see what tactics employed by Parmal. Like we said, there's 2 new balls at both ends. So even though we're seeing 9 overs bowled, it's basically 4 and 5 overs bowled from each ball. So it's still fairly new, still has the sheen on it. And this is what Thorne obviously would have wanted, to have a crack with the new ball. You mentioned he can be rapid. And if he can pick up a wicket or 2, if he can start well and put this Demerara side on the further trouble, it will be a challenge for the rest of battle to come.
Well, I really would like to see Thorne do well, simply because of his age, his ability, this outburst of energy. You want him to do well, because inevitably you want the West Indies to do well. And so you want these youngsters to blossom. So we've got 2 slips in, and there's a backward point. So interesting. Thorne will be required to fire on all his cylinders. If he goes berserk, obviously the captain will take him off.
He's going to be bowling his first ball to Chandrapal, who's looked good thus far. Played a few aggressive shots, but it's been calculated. And I like this approach from Chandrapal, something we've not seen from him in recent times. And coming at this level, obviously scoring 100 in this first game, he looks to found some confidence, and this is really good to see from him.
This is going to go for 4 wide, signaled by the umpire. An outburst of energy, and Tevin Imlak was... Let's have a look at this again. Is it far away from his glove? It was between the slip and the wicket keeper. That should have been stopped somewhere along the line.
We lament so much on Thorne, his pace, but we would have also made mention that he can be wearied of time. And straight away starting with 5 wide, this is definitely what his team wants from him. So he needs to regroup and come good here for his team. Much better on that occasion. He needs to bring those slips into play. He has a predominantly outside field, so that the line is good, but he just needs to make Chandrapal play.
And Chandrapal is very introvert, it seems. He's very passive, or may I say unruffled. He's always very relaxed and confident looking. That takes an effect on the bowlers as well.
One of the groundsmen passing behind the bowler arm. Chandrapal is set now.
And he's ambling. He's ambling. He's supposed to be a groundsman. Good delivery. Just outside the line. If you can force Tejan to bat, if you hang it somewhere out there, that's good bowling there, that delivery. Putting Chandrapal to think a little bit here now. There's that awkward bounce that Ronaldo Ali Mohammed was getting, so Thorne is even faster. He can get that. And would put Chandrapal in a dilemma if he doesn't move in time and get behind the line.
I like this play by the Berbice team. They're trying to get Chandrapal to play on one side of the wicket.
Not a good ball, Dexter. I think this is good. I see Thorne.
It's a really good plan, but one would have to ask yourself, is this the right plan to Chandrapal? Because I can tell you with his temperament, he'll have no trouble leaving alone those balls. He obviously knows there's 2 slip waiting in case he nicks off for the catch, so he'll be mindful of that. We have seen him nicked off a bit in Test cricket. So I guess a similar strategy being employed here by the Berbice team.
But I think what Thorne will be doing is trying to get so close to him to force him into playing a shot. like a little closer than that.
Absolutely. It's not bad bowling at all. But just because it's Chanjapal, you need to bowl a bit closer to him.
Well, I guess it's his first over as well. Getting his rhythm, getting his line. But impressive so far. Just the first delivery, he spilled it and it went for 4 byes. That's it, coming closer to the left-handed batsman, forcing him into a shot.
That's much better. Chanjapal not usually a big driver of the ball, so if you can string a few deliveries there, and maybe you can have him playing a rush shot. But I like this field set. I like this plan they have to Chanjapal. They just need to be a bit patient and allow it to give it enough time to work.
That's the end of over number 10, 43 for the loss of 2. Let me take my time and call the score. 2 wickets gone, 43. Now let me go, and Inderjeet comes in.
So, Demerara require further 87 runs for victory. Berbice need wickets. That's the only way they can bring themselves back into this contest. They've gotten early 2 wickets, but ever since then, it's been all Demerara.
Hello to you, Dexter. Hello to all our viewers and listeners. Interesting battle going on at Enmore, where the Guyana Cricket Board select 11. They're 17 without loss. In fact, at Lusignan, I beg your pardon. I took the seat where Naim Chan actually was sitting. When he just... Chandapal here is on 22. He looks solid, coming off a fine century. Good to see him back in form. Important cog in the wheel for the Guyana national team. That's the Harpy Eagles. And by extension, West Indies cricket as well.
So bowling change, Clinton Pestano back in the attack. Oh my. That's a lovely shot. Hit with power. All the way to the mid-wicket boundary before by Chanjapal. What a way to welcome Pestano back into the attack.
Yes, welcome him with great disrespect. Short delivery. And, he rocked on the back foot. Beautiful looking pull shot. Picked his gap nicely too. That's going to hurt Clinton Pestano.
This is going to be an interesting contest. Nicely played. Finding the field on that occasion. So Chanjapal seems to make up his mind that he's going to pounce on anything loose. And I think that is the way to go. Sometimes when you're chasing just a small total, you tell yourself you have enough time and you sort of bat yourself into a shell, so to speak. But I love the approach Chanjapal is taking here.
Yes, and he's playing every ball on its merit, and it's good to look at him out there. He looks very, very confident, knows exactly what he wants to do. These are good signs. There's a fine third man. They still maintain the slip. Backward point. There is extra cover, a wide mid-off, long leg. There is short, straight mid-wicket. And square leg out on the boundary. Those are the fielding position. And even that on drive, full of confidence. Head right over the line of the delivery. Got to the pitch, turned it nicely down towards wide long on and collects another run. So the boundaries have been coming. They have been rotating the singles very nice as well. And I think Demerara has gotten a great grip on this game. It's very, very difficult for Berbice to come back. They can, but they have to pick up wickets. And these two, they're as solid as a rock.
Excellent running.
Yeah, the running was one that completely good stroke. You see Matthew Nandu getting in line and deliberately allowing the ball to come onto the bat. So he played it with soft hands and got a single, even though the ball was played straight towards the mid-off region. Good batting.
Absolutely. I think both of these batters, they've actually forced the Berbice bowler to bowl where they want them to bowl. I don't think Berbice has been patient enough with their plans.
Now this is a fine shot over the top of mid-off, out towards the boundary, and it's going to get there once again. And Tej Chandapal is really turning up the heat, even though it's real hot in the middle. With the bat, he looks awesome. 31 from 34. 50 has come up for Demerara. They're 53 for the loss of 2.
This is a really interesting side of Chandapal we've seen here, because we all know if there's any critique of Chandapal, it's probably been his rotation of strike, his strike rate in general. So
And I'm just wondering to know what's the reason. We have seen Tej over the years, looks real good in the bowling department. Sinclair 1 for 21, that's junior. Pestano 1 for 14, Kevin none for 12, and Thurn just a lone over that cost him 6 runs, and I'm sure he's going to bowl this other over number 12. I'm just wondering to know if because Tej is getting too square at the batting crease that he's unable to manipulate the balls, into the gaps and score singles. If that aspect of his cricket can be corrected, which is of vital importance to any batter out in the middle, my humble opinion that he's going to score much, much more runs. Percentage of dot ball, is not what is expected at the highest level. So if he can just correct that one thing, my bet on it, he's going to be a real handful to bowl at.
Yep. I'll tell you what, last 2 overs, Berbice has gone pace at both ends. You had Kevin Sinclair on, you bowled just the 2 overs. One of your main bowler in your bowling lineup. Would you have given him a few more overs, especially given there's 2 left-handers at the crease?
After this delivery? Well, look. They need 77 runs off 234 balls. I think that's out of the question. They're 53 for 2. For Berbice, they need wickets. And they still have in the tank Virasamy Permal, who by all imagination should be their leading spin bowler. I would think that, he must bring on himself a little bit earlier than usual if they're going to take wickets. Pestano, he has bowled his overs. I think he has done well. Turn is very early. Just a lone over prior to this one. And if he continues to bowl them short outside the line of the off stump like this, he will always be steered down to third man, down to backward point, and they're going to score runs off him. My thing is, Virasamy Permal, the skipper of the team, should be out in the middle with the ball in his hand looking to pick up wickets.
No, that's certainly one way to look at it. With all his experience with Sammy Permal, given there's 2 left-handers at the crease, I think he just want to allow the off-spinner. And now we've seen the seamers to have a crack at them early on. We can see that they're trying to bowl with a plan. I just think they need to be a bit more disciplined.
And Thorne is changing angle. He's coming over the wicket. And once again, it's wide outside the line of the off stump. And he's a youngster. He has the pace. All he needs now is some control with the ball in his hand. Tej won't mind this. Nandu won't mind this. When you're chasing down a paltry total, you're settling nicely. You're not bothered at all. You know, the less that you can play on some deliveries, it gives you the luxury of regrouping, staying out in the middle there. Too many wasted deliveries. That's a lovely looking pull shot. Got right over it, short lifting delivery. Good intention here by Isaac Turn. I like to see a fast bowler running in and bowling fast, but you must be able to have some control. Nothing wrong getting into the body of the left-hander there.
Yeah, that was well directed. You know, he has to feel set for such bowling as well. So that is an important part of the setup. And unfortunately, there was a no ball. So that gives Nando, the bat and strike, a chance to have a free swing. So it's a free hit. But they are allowed to change the field. And the batsman would have switched strike.
Well, Dexter, he had to take that from outside the line of the off stump and pulled it around. He got a single. Hit it well in the end. He kept it down. Was looking for that gap on the onside. Real estate there for real. Open territory. Just the deep backward square on the boundary. Nobody on the forward square. Nobody on the mid-wicket boundary. So he was looking for that gap. And even the fella now at a long leg is coming in inside the circle.
I'll tell you what, now it's Chanjapal's turn to have a sweet swing because Thorne has bowled another no ball.
Well, that's something he has to correct and correct quickly.
We're out of the power play, so he can be allowed 4 fielders outside during the middle phase of the innings.
So he's going to come around the wicket now. Can he get it right? I'm yet to see him try a slow delivery, Isaac Thorne. And apparently having some problem with his run-up. Maybe the rhythm. Will well be advised, mark it. Go back to the top of your mark, turn, and come in again. Not walking gingerly at all. Just a casual walk back to the top of his marker. This is badly lined. This is a wide, way down the leg side. So in the second over, almost everything is going wrong for the tall right-arm fast bowler. And you look at his walk back up the wicket, that will tell you about his thinking, and maybe the energy level is just not there. Total contrast to that world-renowned legend, Makaya Entini. He's going to almost run that full 18 yards back up.
So Thorne clearly under some pressure. Second no ball in succession.
It's a big swing here by Tage. The connection wasn't what he wanted, but he gets a single down towards forward square. Much better delivery. That was lined with the middle stump there, middle and off stump. Just did not decide to go too short.
Since earlier I spoke about the Berbice bowling unit not being as disciplined as they ought to, and when you factor in their defending just 130, that does not augur well for them. So Thorne needs to be better. Simple as that.
That was not a bad ball at all. Kept it down there, Matthew Nandu. And get the single down towards fine third man. Has some pace. So the pace is no problem for Thorne. He's a fast bowler. I think he has a good action coming in. And with more matches he plays, you know, with different techniques, with the people who are around him, you expect him to do a thing or two with the ball. At least be a little bit more disciplined as far as line and length is concerned. And that's another no ball. It's going to be another free hit. Go change the boots there, Isaac Thorne. Is it a little bit too big for him? Let me hear you, Dexter.
I don't know about his foot size, but I do know that bowling is no ball, you know, especially at this level, that's unacceptable.
Yeah, he got through the first over without bowling a no ball. But in the second over here, just wondering to know if he's overthinking, trying to bowl a little bit too hard. Calm down here, Isaac Thorne. We understand youthful exuberance. We understand smart cricket as well. Short. Didn't get off the pitch he was looking for. But he gets a single, Tej Narain.
So a lengthy over come to an end. Thorne seems to be struggling a bit. So Pirasamy Parmal have some questions to answer. The Berbice, they need wicket.
Well, I would think it is time that he brings himself on. Raymond Perez didn't score. Tej Narain Chandapal still there, 33 from 37. Tevin Imlak went for 3. Matthew Nandu on 14. And you look at those yet to come. Richie Loknath, Ronaldo Ali Mohammed, Akshaya Prasad. They're good all-rounder. Akshaya more a batting all-rounder. Richie and Ronaldo more of a bowling all-rounder. So they have batting to come. It's not just about these two. Right now they're having it a little bit more easier than when they first started and lose those early wickets. 68 runs required from 228 balls.
If Berbice is to make this match a lot more competitive than it has been thus far, and we keep saying they need wicket. Because when you look down that batting order from the home side, it has a lot of depth. Even Bernard Bailey, who would probably bat 11, he can strike a long ball.
Yes, and we've all seen Bernard Bailey on show. But so far, this partnership is very, very bothersome. Look at that required run rate, 1.79. And you can throw back on a windy day and get that score at a canter. And still, no Virasamy Permal. Jonathan Fu, is he the man with the golden arm? We shall see. There's a slip for Jonathan Fu there. There's also backward point, cover posted on the boundary. There's a short extra cover, the men in the catching position. And Virasamy Permal feels, he's going to better manage this team fielding at extra cover rather than taking the ball and look for a wicket. I don't like this strategy.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the plan is by Berbice to bowl Jonathan Fu. Maybe they're hoping to buy a wicket.
Well, all things are possible in this game. He starts with a good delivery. Nicely tossed up. Wobbled a little bit in the air. And he's bowling to a well-set Tej Narain Chandapal. Well, a direct hit could have seen Tej real struggling. And now Matthew Nandu is saying, no, we're not going to go for that overthrow there. A direct hit could have seen him maybe just missing that crease.
Missed opportunity by Berbice. Clearly an opportunity to have Chandapal dismissed. Not the best of throw. Wicketkeeper unable to gather the ball cleanly to effect the dismissal. As we look at it again.
Nice pick up and throw, just that he missed the woodworks. It was wide of Tomani Caesar, the keeper. He made a valiant effort to get there. He couldn't. Well, in tight situations, runouts like these can turn the entire game. It wasn't that case.
Fu has started well.
It was a good delivery, the first one up. Now, this is a nice little sweep shot, and they will surely go back and complete 2. Straight a little down the leg side and paid the penalty, Jonathan Fu. And with every run score, well, I shouldn't say ease the pressure because there is no pressure whatsoever out in the middle.
The home side firmly in control of this match. And this is all they need to do. Just need to keep ticking the scoreboard. Ensure that they're taking minimal risk there are the 4 boundary fielders out on the boundary. So there's an opportunity to pick up 1s and 2s.
Always the opportunity for that once the field is spread. Yes, and Tage there is actually saying to Matthew Nandu, come on, guy, run this run. There's always going to be a single with the forward square fielder having to run towards his left. Tate started early, Nandu a little bit hesitant, and then galloped. Are you surprised that Matthew Nandu is batting at number 4 in this Demerara team? Should he make the Harpy Eagles over 50 Super 50 squad? You know, he might very well be asked to open the batting. That's another good delivery. The over's been completed, 13 gone, 65 for the loss of 2.
Demerara continue to hold the grip form over Berbice. And you ask the question, am I surprised to see Nandu at 4? I think the home side, they have been very wary of the fact that Berbice, they do have a number of off spinner. And I guess tactically, in a strategic move, they probably wanted to break up the 2 left-handers. Because if you notice, when the right-handed Perez got out, the right-handed Aimlock came to the crease. And then he went. So that paved the way for Nandu.
Yeah, what I was trying to say, if he's going to open the batting for the Harpy Eagles, you expect him at the inter-county level to open, so he gets settled in that kind of position. Very often, you know, we interfere, and I've heard this thing match up over the years, especially the advent of T20 cricket. You know, Dexter, I feel sometimes it is overused. I feel if you're good enough, you're good enough to bowl or to bat at anybody. And sometimes it's often misused, almost abused. It has cost team victory, changed the course of games. The thing is, if you're good enough, man, you're good enough. Now, we have been asking that Virasamy Premal comes in. And now, he has decided he's going to bowl from the northern end of the ground. At 65 for 2, he starts over number 14.
So Premal spring himself into the attack. So he needs to spin some magic here for his side. If they're to at least make this match a competitive one. His experience. And he needs to start well.
Well, that was in the air, looking for the shot over extra cover. He leapt into the air. I thought a little bit more effort there by the fielder would have seen him gone a first delivery in the air. Look, just splitting the fingers. It was going upward, but a little extra effort. You need that spring to leap into the air and pull down those catches.
Yeah, living dangerously is Chanjapal. But he's batted this way pretty much throughout his innings.
Yes, and that's Niall Smith out there. He's not in the Berbice 11 that is playing here. He's substituting out in the middle. Swept away nicely, down over the backward square, away towards the boundary. Will it get there? It seems as though it's slowing up at the moment. Doesn't get there. But they'll go back and complete 2. Just train down the leg side a little.
You know, it's getting all too easy for Demerara. You know, you mentioned Niall Smith not being in the Berbice 11. Did not play the first game as well. So we're wondering if we will see him anytime during the course of this tournament. You know, once he's fit and available, one would think that he'll make the Guyana Harpy Eagles Super 50 squad. Given the likes that there's no Shamar Joseph, no Romario Shepard. He'll be the leader of that attack.
Once he maintains, physical fitness. Virasamy Premal, a little cat and mouse here. just did not deliver the ball there to the left-handed Tejan Chandapal.
Nice.
Nicely played. Soft hands once again. Knows exactly where he can pick a run up, Tej. And they go through for the single. One more to the score.
Yeah, this is really intelligent cricket by Chanjapal. He's batted well. The impressive thing about this innings is that he's found the gap on a large number of times. He has scored a large number of boundaries, something that we've not seen from him in the past. So this is all good signs.
Yes, Nandu, 14 from 31. Nicely tossed up by Veerasamy Permaul. 14 overs gone. Demerara on their way to victory here this afternoon at Bourda. They're 70 for 2.
The players are about to take a drink.
Yeah, and we're looking at the main pavilion here at the GCC ground Bourda. That's the home of cricket talk, Raymond Perez didn't score. Tej is there on 41 from 47, 4 fours and 1 6. Good strike rate, it's a 7.23. Imlak went for 3 of 4 deliveries. Nandu is there, strike rate of 43. He'll want to improve on that, 14 from 32. But the situation out of the middle do not demand that. There have been 12 extras. 14 overs gone. 70 for the loss of 2.
Ever since the third over of the match, it's been all Demerara.
Yes, and we'll take a minute and a half or 2 break, and we'll be right back as the players refresh themselves. Well, up on the screen there, we have the other match being played at Lusignan, and the Guyana Cricket Board Select 11. Navindra Prasad is not out on 21. Ronaldo Jeffrey is yet to score. They are 42 for 1 from 16 overs. Can you remember their target? It was 161? 170? That's right, the target 170. Look at that Escobar scoreboard. Peters 19, Ramkaran 4, 26 Bodhi. Savory fine half century 51, supported also by Ricardo Adams 24. Anthony Adams making 17. And bowling Dimitri Cameron, none for 22. LaRose 1 for 10. Chalai 3 for 45. Jonathan Rampasad 2 for 41. 2 apiece for Aryan Pasad and Mikkel. Beaten, none for 21 from 6 so far. Quinton Sampson, none for 5 from 3. Anthony Adams, none for 9. Ricardo Adams, 1 for 7. Good battle down at Lusignan.
Absolutely.
They need 127 from 201 deliveries. So they're right on target there.
The Select 11, they were comprehensively beaten in the first game. Good to see them fighting back and on their way to a victory. Against Escribo, who would have won their opening encounter against Berbice.
Yeah, and we've just seen a drone patrolling the skies at Bourda. You'll be afraid when you see these things, Dexter. Drones have been used so much around the world today for bad reasons and for good reasons too. In agriculture, massive. Communication, massive. In wars, devastating.
So the players will have a bit of a refreshment and about to resume the action here at the Bourda Cricket Ground. Remember, Berbice were dismissed for 129. Demerara 70 for 2. Firmly in control and looking for the second win of the competition. Berbice, they need wicket, as simple as that. Jonathan Fu, who bowled a pretty decent first over. He's hoping to pick up a wicket. He's not a renowned bowler, but they're hoping that he can have a breakthrough. Maybe he's the man with the golden arm.
Yeah, and he has proven that oftentimes in Berbice, First Division cricket, Jonathan Fu. Nicely pushed here by Tejnara and Chandapal down towards long off. He gets another run. So, yes. And that drone continues to roam the sky here. John Ramsing on the camera doing a fine job. That's going to take photographs, guys. Don't be afraid. No dynamites.
Very well bowled by few. Nandu has been good. No, he's not tried anything too reckless. He's just supported Chanjapal, giving him most of the strike. And that's a smart thing to do.
Yes, it is. And batting looks so easy between these two, both of them. I mean, they're not scoring at a hectic rate because it doesn't demand that at this time. But they're batting themselves in, getting into good form. That's good technique here shown by Matthew Nandu. First was to get onto the front foot, realizing it was short, went deep back into the crease and turned it away, picking up a single down through forward square.
I think generally they've run well between the wickets. You know, they've communicated well for the most part. I just think they're getting a bit relaxed now. That's very well bowled by Fu. So he's completed his second over.
And 15 gone, it's 72 for the loss of 2.
You want me to continue?
Go. So Virasamy Pramal is ensuring that he wants his fielders in the right position, taking some time. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Matthew Nandu will be facing him. And for Nandu, there's going to be short fine leg. There is a square leg out on the boundary. There's also a forward short leg and short mid wicket and wide long on the boundary. So let's see the strategy here now by Virasamy Pramal. Nicely tossed up, played back up. Had a good lunch, Naeem. Hello, my brother.
Underfed. Some of us overfed in the commentary box. But I think Virasamy Pramal had too small of a total to defend. He came on a bit late too, as you have mentioned. And he was between a rock and a hard place. And I mentioned this in my last stint when I was on air, that these two particular batsmen are very, very sensible. They're absolutely patient. That will be the thorn in their flesh, their feeling side flesh.
Yes, and I think he's bowling well to his field here, Virasamy Pramal. Just making the batters think differently because of that fielding position and the way he's pitching the ball right on targets is difficult for Matthew Nandu to score through the leg side.
Of course, Virasamy Pramal Jeet has a vast experience at the national, regional, international level. Tons of experience there and ideas.
Oh man, he's a legend as far as it's come to Guyana and regional cricket. Virasamy Pramal, not a tremendous success at international level, but certainly in the Caribbean, bamboozles, confuse many batters, and locally as well. He is definitely a hero in this part of the world.
Single here, down towards long on. And of course, it's the quality of batsmen too in the Caribbean. I think he came the right time to enjoy the kind of success He has been achieving, and so he's had a fantastic time in his career. Good with the bat also. He developed that, just like Romario Shepherd is gaining traction in his batting, apart from his bowling, for which he's established to do, gaining traction in his batting. So it's just a matter of time, it seems, and I predicted this once that guy Tejnarain Chandapal is there. He's in absolutely no hurry. He picks his shots, shot selection. Nandu is calm, and so victory in sight. And the only way you can turn the tables here is absolutely to pick up wickets.
Yes, and we've just seen on the screen there the upcoming matches. Maybe we'll take a look at the senior male Super 50 Intercounty 2024 and some of the players that have played in this year's tournament, their runs and their wickets. But on Thursday, coming right here, we'll be back for the Demerara Essequibo clash. That's going to be an interesting game. The Select 11, they will take on Berbice down at Lusignan. And then the grand final will be right here at Bourda. That's on Saturday coming. Mark those dates. If Berbice loses here today and Essequibo wins at Lusignan, it simply is going to be an Essequibo Demerara final. And after many years, Berbice, I think, will have to be looking at the game.
Taking no chances. Matthew Nandu, as compact as ever, as Chandapal. Chandapal has been airborne, but I know they were all calculated shots. He was put down a while ago. This is into the onside single. And look at them. They're unruffled, this pair. And it's just, I'm just play of batting against what I saw in the Berbice lineup with the experience of some of those batsmen, and Kevlin Anderson spearheads that, Kevin Sinclair. But the temperament was not there.
Well, the field was set for that kind of shot. Spent a little bit time in the air, but died a long way before it gets to the field there. And while these two are cantering at the moment, you know, deep inside of me, I think there are still some things that must be sorted out with Matthew Nandu here. 17 from 43. If you're using this as preparation for the regional Super 50 tournament, you want to see a few things differently. You want to see more singles. Too many dot balls. It's plaguing West Indian batters to the detriment of the team.
Intentional. Backward square. Got to come back for two at least, yes. Good point. Too many dot balls.
Now, we expect there are going to be dot balls alongside the name of any batsman, whether you are the best in the world. But the percentage is alarming, you know, and that is something that is really, really troublesome. I remember one time Cricket West Indies had to keep a camp in Antigua, I think about 2 years ago, for the senior men cricket team, teaching them how to run between the wickets. You imagine that? That's where it has come.
And those are basic principles that you learn at school cricket. How to exchange the bat, to save time, turn around, how to advance quickly for the first so a possibility can exist for the second.
And 76 for 2, 17 overs gone. And you know, some guys who played cricket and were very successful, they'll tell you they attribute their good run in between the wickets to some childhood story. You do some mischief, mom and dad just pick up a piece of wood and run. You had to run for your dear life, and they learn to run. Today we have a pampered generation, Naeem. You just can't even talk hard to them.
I know, I think they've been spoilt to the max. Andrew Prasad, I think, is one of those delinquents. Is that right?
No, he's a good boy.
I think Inderjeet suspected that he was in trouble after he made the statement. After he made the statement, because his son is our chief scorer here. Fantastic little Hute. Come on, Pomal, it's 6 or sticks. And look, this is what I admired. I predicted this actually earlier on. These two guys know that their victory is in sight, and still they're not rushing down the wicket, playing injudicious shots. Selecting which one, single, casual, because they have 197 balls to get 54.
Yes, and we were making the point earlier, not too much 50 overs cricket they have played of recent. So this presents an opportunity for them to get into form. You know, everybody wants to be selected on that national team, at least for the camp, and then you take it there. Tage is eyeing a half centuries on 44 from 54. It's been a good knock by Tage Narayan Chandapal. And he's going to score runs down through forward square, a single. Beating the forward short leg and to the left of the mid wicket and scoring another run.
78.
No rush, just about cruising. Cruise control. Perusamin over number 3. But he has retained that close forward short leg and the slip right up. So at all times, Matthew Nandu knows he's got to be circumspect. He's got to be sure what he's doing, because someone is up there to take a catch. Pulled away into the onside field. Just a single there. Square leg had to come around to his right. But the batsmen are in no rush. As you can see, their body languages, the way they are watching this.
Yes, and now Versamy Pamal is going to change the angle. And that's the reason why he has taken out the forward short leg. And now he has employed 2 slips. So, let's see the strategy that he's going to use here, the left arm spinner. Maybe looking to get it away from the left-hander. Wants him to play the cut shot or look for the drive and looking for the edge. Not bad thinking whatsoever. And this time it's high in the air, but that's going to go a long way. It's going to clear the field. That's a maximum. Great shot. Picked it up nicely, and that's a half century for Tage Narayan Chandapal. He's in awesome form. He's gone on to 51 from 56. Well played, Tage.
I hope when I look at this sense that he batted with, how he tailored his innings, I hope he goes on, score more runs, score at the CWI 50 over tournament, and go big time and demand his space back in the West Indies team.
4 fours and 2 sixes of 56 deliveries. Well played. Well, he has a very good platform here, Naeem. Started off with a fine 103, batted through the innings. Not against bad bowling. Good bowling from the Select 11 team. Coming back against a strong Berbice bowling lineup and to be 51 not out. It tells the form that he is in. A few years ago, myself and John, we were in Trinidad. We covered the regional 4-day tournament. Man, he was in awesome form. Made the West Indies team. Looked good. But then he just tailed away. 81 is the partnership of 102 balls. Not bad at all.
Not bad at all. And I'm looking back at some of the partnerships when the Berbicians were batting. Paltry. 9 for 1, 7 for 2, 16 for 3. 51 for 4, 63 for 5, and that's how the story went. There was never a bright moment except when Junior Sinclair stayed there for a while. 37. Big appeal. Not out, says the umpire.
Yes, that was going down the leg side. Touch, I think, somewhere around the top of the pad or his pants as it went through the keeper. That's the only reason why it's not going to be called a wide. There was no bat on it.
Single. Down to long on. And that's how you separate greatness from mediocrity. I mentioned this before, that you have to be a slice above your peers. If you're playing under 19 cricket, you must dominate that. Even senior cricket, you dominate. You may not be able to do it every time you appear at the wicket. No extravagance. Short, turned away. They've gone for one. But all calculated, all respectful to the bowler when they ought to show it. This is pure, sensible batting.
Agree with you. And even that last single that was scored by Tejaran Chandapal, you could see the class of the man. You know, everything in behind of it. Judged the bounce nicely. The placement was even better. And he collected his single. And you're seeing already out in the middle, there's a difference with Tejaran Chandapal and every other one that we have seen with the bat today out on this pitch here. And these are good signs. I'm particularly happy for him. You know, sometimes when people go through rough things in life, you wonder, you speculate.
Why are you looking at me when you see that? Look at John.
Well, both of you guys, you just misread me, Naeem. No bad intentions whatsoever. Well, did he got an edge onto that one? They were like, catch it, boy, catch it. Doesn't look so from the vantage point. 19 overs gone. It's 88 for the loss of 2.
This just seems as though it's a one-sided, lopsided affair at the moment. We've seen some good spurts of bowling. Verisamy Pamal, one or two of the other bowlers. They kept it relatively tight. But when you're bowling to someone who has that ability, class act, they separate themselves from you. And that's what Tejaran has done, and to a great extent Matthew Nandu. I think what Nandu has done is to bat around Tej. Nandu is just 21 or 50, but there was no need, no requirement for them to go on an onslaught. Both batsmen knows that, or both batsmen knew that from the beginning. They looked at the scoreboard, found out the score, they know they're in command. Let's just not get out. Go to the end and show your class. Hey, John, which category you fall under, overfed or underfed?
Waiting to be fed. So it's probably underfed. Nice partnership. From all wicketless after 3 overs. 15 conceded. Was brought into the attack, well, introduced himself in the 14th over. The ball that he is actually using was then 7 overs old. There's still left arm spinner Nigel Durat in their armory if needs be. But at this stage, they must try to rotate their bowlers looking for this breakthrough. They need to come back into this game to make it competitive. It's all Nandu and Chandapal at the moment.
I can't recall a time that the required run rate or the asking rate was so low, 1.35. And it seems as though, I can't say it sufficiently, that these batsmen know that they're almost sure of victory. And look how they're batting. Sensibly, not giving away anything, squeezing it into gaps. I think this has been an excellent display, and that's what I want to see. Mature, commanding batting, not necessarily an explosion of shots.
Chance for run out of the non-strikers then. But Kevin Sinclair did not hit the woodwork. It has been a hallmark of their batting as well. Running. They've been taking some chances, converting what may not even be a single into a single, and then sometimes one and a half into twos. So that's a hallmark of this partnership. Two players that pattern themselves off of Shivnarine Chandapal. Tejaran is actually called the Cub in cricketing circles.
But Indrajit made a very valid point. If I've known Matthew Nandu to be opening the batting, if you're going to use him as an opening batsman for the upcoming tournament, CWI tournament, then I'm pretty surprised, if not disappointed too, that he batted where he batted, which is not opening. So the partnership, as you mentioned, very, very strong. These two came together when the score was 4-2.
Just 4-1 required. Single in the over from Pamal. Just keeping things tight, hoping to create some pressure. But these batters unruffled. Enjoying the sunshine here at Bourda as well. One run from the 20th.
And when you use the word battle, you're seeing what is battle, because Pamal is a smart bowler, Tejaran patient batsman, good battle there.
Some of the drone shots you're looking at there, Naim. That's a beautiful Bourda. The commentary box where we're operating from, and the wonderful Rohan Kanai stand. Still standing firm and strong. Ministry of Agriculture in the background. Look at the streets there, Naim. One of the days when 1 and 2 bicycles would have been passing, now it's 1 million cars.
And it's approaching the time in the afternoon, actually, when they'll have extreme congestion. I hope this match finishes in time for me to escape.
So here we are, 129 all out in reply. Strong reply, 89 for 2 after 20. Overhead shots give you so much to talk about. Sinclair back into the attack. Wicketless from his 2 overs. 12 runs conceded early.
He's a very intelligent bowler. I'm not sure that I want to say the same when I watched his batting earlier. There's a lull around the ground, even out in the middle. And the body language doesn't speak well of the players out there. I'm talking about the fielding side. In the air, Nandu, but he'll pick up some runs away from Veerasammy Pamal down at short mid-wicket. But in the air for a while, away from the hand of Pamal.
Pretty straight delivery from Sinclair. On the line of the leg stump of Nandu. So he was forced to play that stroke. Did not control it well. He's got it in the air, but in the gap as well.
Down the pitch, would it come into the commentary box? Wow! Just an inch and a coup from the cameras here of FL Sport. Inches away. I wonder if he's targeting your company, John.
Could have been an expensive stroke from young Nandu. But good use of the feet. Greeting Sinclair on the half volley. Some aggression from him.
The last time this happened, I was in the commentary box, Pakistan against the West Indies, an outside edge from the opening batsman of Pakistan. And the bowler, Patrick Patterson. Edged and into the commentary box. I was on air. I laid flat on my tummy. Pretty young then. I think everybody scattered. So that almost got back into my memory, nostalgia stepping in somewhat.
Sinclair conceded 9 in this third over. But I think, some more drone shots for us. As Tejan Chanapal gets a little bit to drink maybe.
But the beauty about the city, John, I was talking with one of the elderly people who lived here from close to colonial times, now very old in his 90s. And he said he was talking about the layout, where the streets run parallel. It's no confusion with streets intertwining, some heading east, the rest heading north to south. The layout was done many, many donkey years ago, but with lots of expertise.
Yeah, it's a grid system, easy to follow.
Especially, it's easy to follow when if the minibuses are off the road for lunch, perhaps.
Oh yeah.
Just having a little break out there. Tage catching up there with Nandu. Just doing a little post-mortem of the fight back and getting to the score of 140. So just 32 runs needed. And they're on their way.
It's a partnership now worth 94 between Chandapal and Nandu. Nandu probably heard that you looking at his strike rate, decided to step on the accelerator for that massive 6 into the com box. Alright, players are back into positions and the ball is back with Kevin Sinclair. 100 approaching now for Demerara. Next game for Demerara will be right here against Essequibo. It means that Demerara are playing all 3 of their preliminary games at Bourda. And chances are we'll be playing the final as well, which is slated for Saturday here at Bourda. 4 4s and 2 6s for Tejan and Chandapal. That is the end of the 21st. 9 runs from the over, 98 for 2.
Well, I've not seen a required run rate so late in a limited overs match in a long time. Now that's our beautiful GCC ground Bourda, the pavilion. And for those people who don't know this ground, it would have been here, I think, over 100 years. 1929, right? Would have been the first test match here. And following that was a production of classy players that dominated the world for many, many decades. When I say decades, at least 15 to 20 years, dominated world cricket. They came out, most of their cricket out of this ground. And this, everything came to an end with the construction of the National Stadium in 2007 for the World Cup. But everything was Bourda. We grew up here watching cricket way back 1977 with Imran Khan and Zahir Abbas. Massive turnout, over spilling on the pavilions and the stands.
Pamal continues. This is his 5th. You mentioned 1929. So what was the atmosphere like in 1929, Naim? You're the only one I can tell.
I'm looking back behind me for the answer.
Aggression again from Nandu. This time over mid-wicket. That's his second 6 of the innings. 100 now on the board for Demerara, coming up in grand style.
Good shot. You can see it was calculated. Intentional, got it in, just used his feet, chipped down, 2 steps down the pitch, and got it right into the pads there. Brilliant. That's what I was saying. Batting is simple on the pitch. The pitch is not devilish. You don't make runs. It's quite possibly you don't want to make runs. And I say possibly because you can get out from a good delivery.
Long on, 100 wicket in place. Getting closer to the rush hour here in Georgetown. So Nandu was perhaps trying to avoid traffic. Seems to be stepping on the gas at the right time. Oh, falling short of substitute fielder Rajiv Ivan.
I would have wanted to see a better effort than that. Just have a second look at it. In the air for a while, high. So a nice little dive may have sufficed. running in faster maybe, and diving.
Not timing it well. Much it actually hit the back of the bat. I went into the ear.
Come on, Tej. You're from my village. Uncle Naim wants to get home. Past my bedtime, actually.
The 100th partnership as well is on the board. 101 now for the third wicket. Turning out to be a match-winning partnership for Demerara. Seven runs from the over. 25 needed for victory. 105 for 2. Perez and Chandapal, nothing. Imlak and Chandapal, 4 runs. And this partnership now 101 from 126. There we are, Regent Street. Warming up for the rush hour. Look further west into the Lacey Town area. Demerara River in the distance. Look at the horizon, Atlantic. Beautiful border sward. Umpires and the bowler discussing the ball. Looks as if Shannon Crawford, the umpire, will ask for a new ball. Over at Lusignan, let's have a look. Essequibo batting first, 169 all out. And the select 11 in pursuit. They're now 69 for 3. Navindra Prasad, 26. Brandon Jaikaran, 14. And Ronaldo Jeffrey, 9. So game on, 100 still required at Lusignan for the select 11. Still 25 needed as the umpires look to change the ball, that perhaps because of the blows recently has lost its shape a little bit. Right, so we're back with the action now. New ball is with, well, a change of ball is with Kevin Sinclair. Who's going to continue? His usual talk about matchups of a right time off spinner bowling to a left-handed batter. Kevin Sinclair, Junior Sinclair, they were all tried. No success so far. Here is Sinclair to continue. Let's welcome back Dexter. Dexter's a formality now with 25, just 25 needed.
Yeah, I think the fat lady has already started to sing. Berbice not enough runs on the board to challenge this formidable Demerara side. You know, with just 2 wickets down and 25 more needed, it's just about over.
This is Nandu's first game. He's making it count. Nice partnership with Chandapal coming back for the second now. But with victory in sight, Demerara will no doubt qualify for that final on Saturday. Sometimes you may want to stick with a winning side. You want to form a side going into a final. But also there's that temptation because of cricket development to bring in some of the players that are on the bench, test their bench strength, or even twinkle with the batting order and bowling order. Someone like Shamaria would love to see him get an opportunity.
You know, and I agree with you, but you know, it's a bit. It's a bit tough, I must say as well, because you know it's a short tournament, you know, just 3 matches. So to rotate players in such a short tournament, one would think that a team would not have figured out what's their best combination leading up to the tournament. As Sinclair will come to an end, I think the Berbice players now, they're feeling a bit frustrated. I mean, they too know that this match is pretty much over. It's going through the motion, as we would say.
Let's have a look into Queenstown now. This is to the north of Bourda ground. Some high-rise buildings in the background. Sneak peek of Charlotte Street, piece of Regent Street. Some of the government offices in the background there as well. Match summary: 107 for 2 in reply to 129 all out. Sinclair and Pestano, the two bowlers with wickets for Berbice. 5 and 3 overs respectively. So it'll be more spin. We're not getting the left arm spin of Nigel Durat. It's going to be the right arm leg break of Zainul Ramsamy. Earlier discussion about leg break bowlers. But Ramsamy is more of an all-rounder, not necessarily an all-out leg break bowler. Captain of Berbice a number of years ago on a 15 level. Has roots in Wakenham, where his mom hails from. His brother as well plays cricket.
So John, you mentioned, you know, you want to be giving players the opportunity to develop as well as much you want to win. I think for Sami Parmal would have heard you. I'm a Ramsamy. As we see Chanjapal stroke that one down the rung nicely for a single. So Ramsamy is one of the younger player breaking into this Berbice side, and he's been given a ball for the first time in this tournament. You know, he has played at the under 15 and under 19 level for Guyana with some success, I must add. So he's one of those players who Berbice would have entrusted to develop and take Berbice cricket forward. He's a smart little cricketer. Would have seen him in action before. Loads of potential. See some bounce on that delivery there. You know, seeing a leg spinner, you know, it's really exciting. Leg spin is something that is taking the world by storm. Misfield by the skipper, just costing just the 1 run. You know, that tells you that, you know, the writings are already on the wall.
That sums up the Berbice effort today, and perhaps in this tournament. Remember, they missed out against Essequibo in Essequibo 2 days ago, losing at the Pomona ground. So they're up against another home side, this time Demerara. Nice flighty delivery this time from Ramsamy to end his first over. 2 conceded after 24. 109 for 2, 21 away from victory.
Yeah, it's a nice start by Ramsamy. Bowling good areas. He got his ball to land with control. You know, given that he's a leg spinner, but he can pretty much bat as well. He's one of those players that you'll need to keep an eye on. So it'll be interesting to see how we develop in the next couple of years. And, you know, we're seeing here now another young star in Nigel Deodat being given the opportunity to bowl a few overs. He'll be bowling to the well-set pair of Nandu and Chanjapal, who've been really good, complementing each other well. You know, Nandu playing a supporting role, and Chanjapal, he's been a bit more aggressive than we've seen him in recent time.
Chance for a run out of the strikers end. Where is Nandu going? And the keeper does not take the pails off in time. Big mix up here. Play down towards forward square. Single was on. Chandrapal was not interested. Sent back Nandu. Then the return was a bit off. There's always that miscommunication in partnerships, and Chandrapal still gesticulating to Nandu that he was not prepared for a single there. Single was on, Dexter.
Yeah, clearly a single. Chanjapal sitting on his bat, as we would say, not backing up.
No timing there from Nandu, but we'll get a single. Now having his first opportunity with the ball, Nigel Deodat, former Guyana on the 19 left arm spinner as well. Blairmount Blazers boy from Bushlot on the west coast of Berbice. Plays in Demerara as well for Lusignan Sports Club. So he's been around, quite busy as a young cricketer. Difficult time for him to come in nonetheless. Set batters, 100 plus partnership, small total that they're defending. He's going to give it his all.
Yeah, he's basically on, you know, just to have a feel of what it's like to play cricket at this level. Bowling to some pretty good batters in that. So it's a good opportunity for him, you know, just to show what he can do. We know the game is almost pretty much lost. But he'd want to show why he was selected in this Berbice side. Maybe we can pick up a wicket or two. You know, he'll be very happy. He starts well, just 2 off that over. So Demerara taking along nicely. John, you mentioned, so this is the equation, 19 from 150 balls. Should be a walk in the park. With 8 wickets in hand. You don't see Demerara losing from here.
Nelson scores on the board, 111 for 2. Ramsamy to continue. As we look ahead, Thursday, round number 3, the final round of matches. Almost chopped on. And hesitation again from Tej Chandrapal, not trusting the call of his partner. And there's Nandu again gesticulating and shouting to him. 1 is 1. And you can hear it in the distance as well. Coach Garvin Ned shouting, come on, run your runs.
That's a nice shot. Unable to beat the fielder in the inner ring at point. But yeah, there's been a bit of lapse in concentration from these two. Could be because, you know, they're nearing victory, so they tends to relax a bit. But you want to finish this game for your team without losing another wicket. So far they've batted well. They've complemented each other very well. Chanjapal being the aggressor, and Nandu batting well and playing the supporting role. It's nicely played down the ground for one by Chanjapal using his feet. From the start of this innings, John, we did mention when Demerara were 2 wickets down, we mentioned that this was the perfect scenario for these two batters, and they have certainly taken control. And it's good to see young Chanjapal getting some runs again behind his name, because well bowled by Ramsamy. As I was saying, we all know the regional Super 50 starts on the 29th. So he would have obviously drawn a lot of confidence from his innings so far to take to the regional tournament. Nicely swept away down to the fine leg boundary, and it goes for 4. So Ramsamy straying in line there, and Chanjapal taking full advantage on that occasion. So he adds 4 to his tally. I've been really impressed with the tempo which Chanjapal has batted with in this innings. He seems to have found his groove back.
So the batsmen are in the mid-pitch discussion, with Sami Pamal joining in. Partnership 115 from 150 deliveries. Matthew approaching a half century, 6 runs away. Demerara 11 runs away from a second consecutive victory in this year's tournament. Demerara take on Esukebo right here. Another 9:30 a.m. start. The select 11 will stay at Lusignan, where they will take on Berbice. Also 9:30 start. Confidently stroked away, but there's a fielder at extra cover. Rampatop Ramnot. He collects. The final round of matches will be on Thursday. Then Saturday, the grand final at Bourda. Senior Inter-County 50 overs cricket. The return.
Nicely played. Seems to found his rhythm, Nando. We mentioned he did not play in the 4th game, so immediately making his presence felt. One of those young batters who's been making great strides. There he goes down the ground, uses his feet, and he's out. Catch taken on the mid-wicket boundary. So after playing so well, Nando, he's fallen 6 short of an half century. Pretty good catch as well. So Nando goes for 44.
Soft dismissal in the context of the game. 44 for Nandu. Partnership of 116. He wanted to not only bring up his half century in style, but also perhaps finish the game. Got to the pitch, but then did not get the type of elevation and distance that he was looking for. Got a bit high on the bat. So Niall Smith coming in from mid-wicket, taking a very good catch, kept his eyes on it. Good judgment being shown from the substitute fielder on for Kevlon Anderson. We haven't seen him all afternoon, Kevlon. 120 now for 3 in the 27th over. And Nigel Diorat in his second over, providing that breakthrough. But for Berbice, it's a little too late.
Indeed, but a young man, making the most of his opportunity. And built a big scalp in Nandu, who we all know was part of the Guyana Amazon Warriors team in this year's tournament. Did not get an opportunity at that level, but I'm sure he would have gained so much from just being around in the sort of setup, rubbing shoulders with the international players. Augurs well for his development. So we have Akshay Prasad comes out in the middle. Played very nicely in the first game for his 80 runs. And with not much to do, just 10 required. Let's see if we can end it in 2 balls.
It'll be quite interesting. From Guyana, the 19 player as well, played in 2016. Product of Everest Cricket Club. Have some news for you next time, perhaps for everyone. He's no longer with the Everest Cricket Club. He's migrated, and now he's playing on what is now his home ground. Start of the new season, he's going to be part of the Bourda family. Chance for run it again. Tej Chanderpaul guilty of ball watching and not necessarily communicating with his partner. That is another aspect of his game he's going to work. I want to work on Chanderpaul. A better return from Ramsamy. Could have seen him struggling.
So Akshaya off the mark. Well bowled, well played. So successful over comes to an end from Deodat. Picking up the wicket of Matthew Nandu for 44. Kudos, young man.
Chanderpaul is still there on 60. Anxious moments, especially running. Yet again, Versamy Pramod joining the mid-pitch discussion. Trying to eavesdrop on what's the plan of the batters. He did that in the previous over, and the very over that got the wicket of Matthew Nandu. So maybe he's trying to listen to the plan and try to work against the plan. But they're all friends at the end of the day, despite playing for different sides today, different county sides. Super 50, that's the big talk. They're looking forward to the regional tournament. Matches will be played in Trinidad and Tobago. Ramsamy to continue.
You know, John, interestingly enough, a few of the other franchises for this year's regional tournament will be without a few of their big names player. Unable to put that one away. Chanderpaul continues to bat and bat well here for Demerara. Yeah, but like I was saying, obviously some of the guys there on West Indies duty. Just trying to end this game quickly is Chanderpaul. Stroking that one out to long on, picking up just a single. So with a few players, you know, not being able to represent the different franchises because of West Indies duty presents an opportunity for some of the local players to step up to the regional level. We do know for sure that the likes of the Hetmeyer, the Rutherford, Shamar Joseph, Romario Shepard will not be taking part in this year's tournament. And that's nicely played on the back foot, hitting that one out to the cover boundaries. Prasad picking up 4 runs. Prasad is such a quality player, a young man that has improved tremendously over the past few years. And it's good to see him taking full use of his opportunity at this level. He came in last year as a replacement player in the Guyana RP Eagles team. But this year, he wanted to pick himself from the start. And he started brilliantly. 80 yard in the first game. Not much to do here, but he's showing his ability and what he's capable of.
3 runs away from victory for Demerara. Goes through the fielder. Just be one. But the intent is there. That positivity from Akshaya. Very evident in his stroke play and the way he's running as well. And the way he's calling Chandapal for singles and for twos. Tells he's a man on a mission. Played lots of domestic cricket in the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago as well. Spoke highly of in the Twin Island Republic. Plays for CCC. This one is beating the fielder once again. And they're running hard for the second, which will bring up victory for Demerara. Convincing 7-wicket victory for Demerara. 2-2. And also on the flip side, Berbice, second consecutive defeat as well in this year's Senior in the County 50 overs tournament. And the disappointing campaign for Berbice. They have one more game perhaps to look to get things right. But it's all Demerara today. They were asked to bowl first. Restricted Berbice to 129 all out. And now in the run chase, getting there in 28 overs. Magnificent innings of 63 from T.H. Chandapal. Second not out score in the tournament. Following up his 100 in the last game. Machu Nandu with 44 as well. And a partnership of 116 with Chandapal. Taking Demerara home. Dexter George. Convincing victory for Demerara by 7 wickets.
Absolutely, and they've played like champions. This is not the sort of Berbice unit that we're accustomed to seeing at this level. They're a lot more competitive. They're a lot more ruthless. But taking nothing away from Demerara. Since the very first over, when they bowled, they hit the ground running and they remain in control throughout.
That's the scorecard, like I said. 63 from Chandapal, 44 Nandu. Perez and Imlak did not trouble the score as much. And Akshay Prasad bringing it home in the end. 7 from 5, including well-timed cover drive. 13 extras helping to 130 for 3.
So as we take a look at the bowling card for Berbice, Junior Sinclair, who bowled pretty well for 1 wicket. 21 runs from his 5 over. Clinton Pestano, who I felt should have bowled more, picking up 1 wicket. And Nigel Deodat, a youngster, got an opportunity and picking up the big wicket of Machu Nandu.
Torn expensive, but 8 bowlers in all used. Just 3 able to get into the wickets column. Berbice batting first, 129 all out. In reply, Demerara 130 for 3. Convincing victory. And it means that they're booking themselves a place in Saturday's final, Demerara. Whereas Berbice will have to really look to the next fixture on Thursday against the Select 11 for an opportunity for them to get some points on this points table. So that is coverage of round number 2. Coming to you live from Bourda as we look to what's happening now before we wrap things up at Lusignan. Escape against the Select 11. Select 11, 101 now for 3, making a strong reply to that 169 all out made by Esiquebo. Seems as if all the excitement is now on the east coast of Demerara, where that one seems to be heading for an exciting finish. Dexter, your closing words, and then we wrap things up.
So Escribo requiring a 469 runs from 118 deliveries. The Select 11, I beg your pardon. So that seems to be heading down to the wire. But Demerara taking control and winning this game handsomely. They've played like champions. Berbice needs to regroup. They haven't gotten themselves on the points table as yet. They'll have a chance to do so in the last round. Hopefully, we can see the Berbice team that we were accustomed to see over the years. To Demerara, well played.
All right, well, thank you so very much for watching. Trust that you've enjoyed what we offer to you. On behalf of Naim Chan, Indrajit Prasad, Dexter George, and everyone behind the scenes here at FL Sport, we thank you very much for your time. Convincing victory for Demerara. Better luck to Berbice. We'll be back on Thursday with round 3 matches live from Bourda. Demerara against the Select 11. Against the SQ, I beg your pardon. Until then, my name is John Ramsing. Wishing you well. Do take care of yourself and each other. Bye-bye.